Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead, solo, with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So the way this is going to work, first of all, is I'm going to put up a vote on whether we go as Viper or Pictomancer. And you essentially vote on which one you think would be more entertaining to watch me do. For some background information, I suppose some might be interested in that. Yeah. By the way, I'm Fisher right now, so that I'm not like influencing the vote by like being, all right, guys, vote for Viper or Pictomancer. Meanwhile, there's just like Viper propaganda on the screen. Just we want you to vote Viper. And Asmo still found something. But so for some background information, I don't have the achievement for beating Palace of the Dead solo. So, like, just to start, this is not like, oh yeah, I'm just re-clearing for the lols. I haven't actually done it. Last time I tried solo was over 2 years ago, also on stream on this channel. There are thoughts if you scroll back far enough. It was actually, I started that run as I believe my second stream on the channel to celebrate 1,000 subscribers. We've grown a bit since then. There I went as summoner, which technically speaking was one of the new jobs in Endwalker. And I died somewhere before the behemoth fight, which is, I believe, floor 180. And it was pretty funny, because if I remember correctly, I had gone like nearly 30 floors on that stream set, going, I've not stepped in a single trap. It might have been 20 floors, and then like in the last 10, I was like, I say that, and then I step in a trap, and then I step in a trap, and then I step in a trap, and we quickly reach a point where I basically use my Pictomancer to survive those various traps, to the point where I'm like, if I step in one more luring trap, this is over. And the game just went, comedic timing, luring trap, and dead. Like, it was so perfect. Thank you, Aradil. That was fast. So we haven't been back there. We have been back there since, but not solo. With that said, hey Celex, hey Superflash, hey Delane, hey Telemar, hey Menoli, hey Giraheen, hey Asmo, hey Saras, hey Weaver. It's been a bit, Weaver, hasn't it? And hey Steven, and hey Agent Monica, and hey Nox, and hey Gazadragoon. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Brontom, hope you're doing well as well. And Necrofits. Steven says, you sure you want to do Palace of the Dead with the streak of DDoS we've been getting? Shockingly, I haven't had disconnects as a result of all of those DDoS attacks. I'm pretty sure I've heard that the vast majority of them have been hitting NA, so I might be lucky. Here's the thing. If I had to plan... Oh, sorry, Jake. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm sorry. The thing is, at this point, anything could happen. My game could crash. My ISP could just say nope for 5 minutes. There could be a DDoS. My power could go out. So at this point, I've just decided, doesn't matter, we'll try it anyway. And then just have fun with it. Steven says, have you felt like people don't wait for cutscenes before the final boss more since Dawntrail? I felt players were pretty good about it back in Endwalker. That actually also aligns with what I've been saying about people leaving more. I've also noticed in Dawntrail that people, in general, like on average, have gotten more impatient. And leaving because a duty isn't quote-unquote fast enough, or like you can't get it cleared quickly enough, or just rushing to kill the boss, going, well, there's duty support if you want to see the cutscene and things like that. Like, yeah, on the one hand, you could say that. On the other hand, are we that much in a hurry, right? So I have seen that, Steven. I have seen that. Maybe it's because they brought the game to a new console. Who knows at this point, Steven? I think it's a combination of things. Right, so before I get too distracted, because we can talk a bit more while the vote is going, I just want to start this by saying there are advantages and disadvantages on both Pictomancer and Viper. The core idea, just so that people can vote with a little bit more information than just... apparently Pictomancer is like... almost like ascended god tier for Palace of the Dead, because at level 60, like, you might notice if you get scaled really far down as Pictomancer that your living muses do like 500 or 600 potency. But around level 54, I believe, there's a trait that like basically sets those potencies right, so like they go up to 1,000. And just having the ability to just go double 1,000 potency, like snap, from nothing, is pretty good, actually. Like, shockingly, pretty good. So Pictomancer is extremely strong in Palace of the Dead. They don't have any personal healing, though, but I have come prepared. I have sustaining potions. I don't know if Pictomancer is better than Machinist, but like, because I haven't looked deeper into that, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were. There's also the part that Pictomancer does not have a stun, does not have an interrupt. They have a sleep. If that works on a mimic, then you have that. But yeah, it doesn't really have those kind of utilities that Machinist has. Viper, on the other hand, has healing by virtue of Second Wind and Bloodbath. But Viper, just to put it simply, we will be playing, like, if we go as Viper, we'll be playing I left my twin blade at home Viper. We will have Serpent's Tail, but no Vice Wind or anything. Viper, by that result, you might have tried Viper in a level 50 duty. Very good sustained damage. That's it. But then Viper also has a stun, so on floors where a stun works, then stun works. So that's kind of the backstory there. I'm not necessarily expecting that we will get to floor 200 in this attempt. So, like, the main thing is, what do you think would be entertaining? Steven, you have to start at floor 1 for the Necromancer title. You have to go from floor 1 to 200, otherwise it doesn't count. So we have to start from the beginning. There's also always the possibility, if we have fun with this, that if we wipe, we'll just go, okay, next time we try Viper. Just like, or Pictomancer, like, whichever one we don't try here. Attempting to become a Necromancer? Sure, but we'll see what happens, Exoda 0. Also, I saw a bunch of people come in the middle of me explaining this. And also, yeah, exactly, Farrak. That's also something that I've noticed. The later, like the second and third Dawntrail trials, apparently, people dodge a lot. I have seen wipes on the second trial, so like I could see the argument of I don't have time for that, so I'll just leave. Like I could see that, but I don't think I've wiped on the third trial. I'm pretty sure I haven't. So I, like, you know, I don't see, like, it'll be like 10 minutes and you're done. See, Asma says Picto's considered strong, but below machinist or warrior. Well, then you have that. Yeah, exactly, Green. Level 50 Viper whenever raid buffs come up. Okay, neat. Anyway. Like, genuinely, because you just go, well, I guess I'll just mash 1 and 2 harder. Sleep doesn't work on mimics. You either burst them or deal with pox. Yep, that's kind of what I expected. I have put the poll up, by the way, if there's anyone that hasn't seen it. Also, let's see. Hey, Kaylee and Philip and Satsuma Bimo. Hope you're doing well. If I pretend hard enough, I have a burst phase. Yeah. Viper has a burst phase. It's the only thing it has at level 50. Like, if we assume that your burst phase is like the peak, like where your damage peaks, then your burst phase is 1 GCD and it's every third. Yeah, thank you, Aridel. That is true. A while back, I did make a starter guide for Palace of the Dead, which is also based partly on other people's advice. So it's not just this guy who can't even solo it teaching me how to do it. Well, I mean, it's a starter guide. Right then. Looks like a landslide victory for Pictomancer. By definition, every job has a burst. Yeah, exactly, Weaver. It's just that you might not be as impressed by what you find. You lock that so you all have a chance to see what I have. Splat. Splat. Ah, yes, 1.5 level. Easy. Splat. If I remember correctly, is it correct to say that there are no traps on like the first X floors? Not a lot of classes can burst on every third GCD. That is true. It's a case of quantity versus quality, yeah? Splat. Ah, yes, the ow. Well, we got the answer, everyone. Are there traps on the first floors? Yes. Amazing. Does anyone know if there are traps on floor 1? Everyone talks a little bit back and forth. Yes. That was amazingly perfect. Is there actually any reason for me to touch the silver chests? I don't believe there is. Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. Not in Palace of the Dead. Right. It's Heaven on High, where you find big boomies in there. You can try to use them for damage. Ah, yes. And yeah, I don't care about score. That would be an interesting way to go about it. Oh yeah, I want the Necromancer title, but who wants to get the Necromancer title if you don't also get first place on the leaderboards? Am I right, guys? I mean, just even, like, that is quite interesting. I want to be the best Necromancer. Yeah. Who would want to be a Pokemon master if you can't be the masters of them all, am I right? Auto-targeting being a bit wacky over here. Guys, my game can't see it. Oh, there it is. The slight the little floor planning issue here is apparently too much to overcome by the auto-targeting system. It's called OmniClear. Yeah, if you do it with every job, right? What is a DOA, Satsuma Bimo? Lost strats as early as floor 3. And yeah, the weirdest part is that it's the enemies doing it. Oh, dead on arrival. Well, it wasn't exactly dead on arrival. The problem is that who's doing deep dungeons? Ow. Who does deep dungeons? I'm pretty sure it's not like a gigantic player base that is focused on deep dungeons. I'm sure they had fun with it. It's just that not only is Eureka Authors also deep dungeon, it's, I believe, significantly harder than the other two, which means that it shrinks the pool of players that might find it fun even more. And it didn't need that. Like this content might not have needed that. But how will you make it interesting for the players that already kind of mastered the first two if they don't make it harder? Wow, I have a defensive cooldown. Still only one button to attack with. And yeah, that's also true, Necrofits. It's an unfortunate reality with this kind of content that what should they give you to motivate you to keep coming back? What would it take? What would it take? Gear? Or something else? Guy using 400% of his brain for these flaws. Yeah, it's very hard. A roulette with a good chunk of XP? That is interesting. They could have made the Endwalker relic grind part of Eureka Authors. They could, yes. However, just thinking out loud here, in Shadowbringers, a lot of players were not super happy that they were forced to do the field operation to get their relics. Even though there were other options, the other options were so inferior that a lot of players felt like it was kind of pointless. And And the same problem happened in Stormblood. So I could understand, like, if you think about it for a moment, it kind of makes sense that when Endwalker came out, they just went, let's try and see what happens if we don't ask the players to do anything. Like, what if we just don't demand anything of you? You do whatever you want. You just need some tomestones. That's it. Incidentally, people didn't like that either, but that explains why they would not go, oh yeah, you have, by the way, you have to do deep dungeons for this relic. Because, can you imagine how many would be bad? Delane says, Boja is some of the most fun content in the game, though, according to you. Like, that's how you feel about it. There are a lot of players that don't like it. A lot of players that hated Eureka, and then got Boja and were like, this again? Also true, Philippe. They did technically ask something of you. And also true, Asmo. There will always be people complaining, so there's no way to win as the developer. No way to win. Hey, Tristan. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think part of the reason for that, Satsuma Bimo, is that back in Heavensward and Stormblood, there were maybe a bit less things to do. Like, it's actually a long time ago. So it makes sense that players have just figured out that no need to do those kinds of things. You can do other things. Like, players have gotten very, very good at optimizing their time. Oh, you take 4. Oh, sweet. I heard a mob spawn behind me. Oh, it's a hornet. Bruh. Well, this one is in the exit room, so... I can just refresh before I leave. I also like that, Asmo. It makes sense. It does make sense in an MMO, right? That to get the best weapon, you have to do everything. A little bit of everything. What if they make the relic super easy again, but lock the glam? A final version of it behind Deep Dungeon Field. Imagine, for a second, if they made, like, the majority of the relic basically free, but the final step, like, the step that actually matters, like, in terms of, like, best in slot and stuff, that one requires you to do, like, 15 things. And like, oh yeah, we concentrated the hard part and the part that would actually be the significant one. Whoops. Imagine we have a Gilmora variant dungeon locked behind Palace of the Dead floor 100. That would be pretty funny. By the way, very, very difficult rotation. Are you seeing this, everyone? Man, this feels like it's like old school MMO rotation. I cast Fireball. What do you do after that? Well, you might be surprised. I cast Fireball again. Silver chest. Huge. It's a bomb. Bronze chest. With potions in it. Splat. I put you on fire. Then I try to, like, blow out the fire. And then I throw water on it. The amazing rotation. Put you on fire. Blow out the fire. And then splash water on you. Blap. What does the etc. do? Sprint? Sometimes. Yeah, exactly, Necrophits. I got all of the Endwalker relic weapons without even, like, with no issue. By just doing dailies. Back in Endwalker. It's gonna be 4 hours of mushy noises. Is it that mushy? Brrr. Splash. Brrr. Splash. Is this a mushy noise? Haha! I have echo drops! Outsmarted! The hammer isn't mushy. Just you wait, Weaver. Just you wait, then you'll see my hammer, and then it's like actually like a squeaky hammer. Oh, sweet. Uh-oh. They're coming at me so fast! They kind of are. What's happening here? Ow. The Sky Steel relics will play your job to make. Hmm. That would be very weirdly exhausting, I think, Philippe. We're just painting happy little trees on all the enemies. And paint a bucket of water. I wonder how they would be able to make relic weapons more like how the crafter and gatherer things are, where you actually have to like use the class. Beyond just going, well, you have to wear it, like they did in certain parts of the A Realm Reborn ones. Hey, Jeremy, that's good to hear. I believe that explosive traps do a percentage of your HP and damage. Can't remember if it's 80 or 90%. But I can't remember if it's current or max HP. And if it is max, then I'm going to look incredibly stupid if I just run around with low HP. Explosive traps are 70% of current. Silver chests are 70% of max. 80% of current, 70% of max. That does make sense, because silver chests are something that, you know, you can kinda see it coming. You walk up to the chest, click on it. Whereas with a trap, it feels maybe a little bit cheesy if you're just walking down a corridor and then because you didn't wait for your HP to max out, you lose. Hey, Phil the Denkato. Hope you're doing well. Goes through the same damage to all nearby enemies. Oh, look. It's raining a lot. Don't know if it rained today here. That's weird. I wonder what floor we'll hit level 60 at. Game? Could you, I don't know, like mix it up a little bit? Is this like this the 8th strength command I've gotten? Meanwhile, 1 steel? Hello? Can I has variety? I should have used affluence. Oh. Well, that was quick. I should not have used affluence then. Oh man, are you ready for the craziest rotation on the planet, everyone? I cast fire and arrow. That was maybe a little bit early with a potion that heals me for 50% of my HP every 3 seconds. Ow. Didn't even need to kite it. Just take it on the chin. Oh, nice. By the way, you don't actually have to run to the portal. You can just say leave. Casting fire and arrow? What is this, red mage? Yes. It's red paint mage. Didn't even know that. I didn't even notice I picked up a Phoenix down. Guys, we have the Phoenix down. We have the Phoenix down. It'll be all right. I can't keep up. This rotation is too complex. Let's use this and this. And also one of these, just to get a good start. Sometimes when I have a lot of Pictomancers, I like to make sure that I have only 2 of a select few, so that if you find 2 on the same floor, it isn't like wasted. What's the burst window? You'll be shocked to hear it, Satsuma Bimo. It's Mash 1. My burst peaks every 3rd GCD. Phoenix down, now you can go revive Horschiffon. Oh man, if only. Could you imagine if the story was, oh well, you don't have a Phoenix down, so he dies. You're like a healer? Why would I have a Phoenix down? I'm a healer. Oh. Not a big fan of it surviving with 1%, like 0.1% HP. Good luck, Zaf. What are you reading tonight? Necrofit says you get a Phoenix down from some quest in AR 2 years since I got it. I haven't used it. I think the only time I've needed a Phoenix down ever is exactly in deep dungeons. if someone in your party dies, if your healer in your party dies, then that is a way to rest them without having to get the Cairn of Return to work. Archibald could have lived if he remembered to mid. This is a cautionary tale. Awesome, Zaf. Good luck. "14 story in the internet dark ages, all the crazy methods of reviving." Yeah. Interspersed with all the ways to find Mew in Pokemon games. He was not under the truck. Oh no! The second Phoenix down! No! I should have stored it on my Chocobo. And I could have had 2. Let's ignore the part where Phoenix down's like worth 20 gil or something. Wait, I have AoE combo now. Well, I have AoE. Combos may be overselling it a bit. Oh yeah, speaking of how high level you can, like how quickly you can reach level 60 in Palace of the Dead, like in terms of floors. I can't remember how early I reached that point. But I do remember one set, like I didn't actually get very far because eventually I just lost interest. That's the key reason why the only like proper try I had was like 2 years ago on stream, was because I'd usually just get distracted and do something else. But I did have this time where I went in as Paladin, and out of fear of being underleveled, I would stay at the, like, on the 9th floor of a set. I would just stay on that floor and wait for respawns until I had, like, 10 minutes left. Just to, like, farm extra XP. Oh, speaking of which... It's free real estate. Bonk. Imagine you're doing a Savage Clear and someone uses a Phoenix down on you. That would be pretty funny, Gleaming. You know what the saddest part is? Even though Phoenix Downs have the same ludicrous cast time as an actual res, Phoenix Downs don't work in combat. So you can't even do it, even if you wanted to. Yeah, that is pretty smart, Asmo. That does make sense. You have to either run extremely fast, or you have to grind extremely hard. Also, Angel says, my internet has given me enough juice to have watch Kai privilege. Oh, that is a decent privilege, but I'm sorry to hear that. That's what it extends to. Phoenix Downs have a cast time, but they also don't work in combat. Like, they're so silly. They're also unique. Like, it feels like the fact that they're unique means that, like, they're supposed to be like this super special tool you only have every once in a while. But then they have a super long cast time, so they're kind of bad. So even if they worked in combat, they would be kind of bad. But they don't work in combat. I'm pretty sure they have a cast time. Mabimo says the saddest part about the Haushofen thing is Heidelin would have just revived us if it had hit us. That is an interesting point. Can you swift cast a Phoenix down in that case? Nope, because it's not a... Well, I don't think you can swift cast an item. Because I was going to say because it's not a spell, but technically speaking, I don't think we have any evidence to suggest that swift cast only works on spells. We just don't have any, like, jobs with weapon skills with cast times and also swift cast. Exactly, Delane. It's kind of like, well, we need to have Phoenix down in the game, right? But then it would be insanely overpowered. Potentially. Like that. Also, speaking of which, this is like a common thing that people miss when we talk about like old jobs, like back with cross-class actions and things like that. Like how people often go, "Oh man, imagine if paladins had res again, because they used to be able to cross-class and grab raise from Conjurer." But in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, where this was an option, it was pretty common that the actions that were cross-class actions that others could grab, the intended job had like a trait that made it better. Like, for example, Arcanists had Virus, which is basically Addle, but it only reduced strength and dex, so physical damage, unless you were actually an Arcanist, in which case it would also reduce intelligence and mind magic damage. In a similar fashion, while Conjurers were the ones who had, like, while Paladins could grab Raise from Conjurers, Conjurers got a trait that said you can use Raise in combat. Which means, obviously, that Paladin could not use Raise in combat. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well. And no, I do not mind. What about dual cast from Red Mage being used when you use a pot? That is actually because of the tooltip of dual cast. Dual cast itself says that it goes away if you use anything except an ability. Which means that using your mount makes it go away. Using sprint makes it go away. Using teleport actually makes it go away. The reason why sprint and teleport are on, like, break it, even though, like, especially the reason why sprint takes it away is because sprint is not an ability. It doesn't have the ability tag, so it doesn't count. So anything, the funny thing there, using a Poleman also makes it go away. Exactly, because it's not an ability. The one thing that makes the tooltip kind of break is the tooltip says that using anything, using a spell, like using an action except an ability makes it go away. But if you have acceleration active and you use the thunder, for example, like so you both have acceleration and dual cast and you use the thunder, then dual cast stays but acceleration is spent, which means you cast a spell without expending dual cast, which means that the tooltip is inaccurate because it didn't mention that it has to actually be like that it is ignored if the action you're like this if you're using a spell that doesn't have a cast time. If I did cross-class actions, can I give Black Mage dual cast? Cross-class actions were removed in Stormblood, so that was unfortunately never an option. There's 2 steals here. Where were you on the last floors? And where were you? Not that I needed steel specifically, but weird. Huh. And that is an interesting way to use it, Yannick. And exactly, Kraken Mode. It actually also applies to Swiftcast, because Swiftcast is also inaccurate by virtue of it saying that it makes your next spell cast immediately. It doesn't say that it ignores it if the spell automatically is cast immediately, but it does have that distinction that it automatically skips a spell if it's already instant. It's really weird. But I could imagine that if you had all these, like, additional asterisks on all tooltips, then every tooltip would look like technical finish. Hey Alex, hope you're doing well. It's actually funny, this thing with Dualcast, we had a pretty weird talk about after the Savage Raid stream last week. Just randomly tested them. Let's make all tooltips look like technical finish would make learning the game fun. I feel like we would run into a new problem if that was the case. I could imagine that a lot of players that already can't really be bothered to read tooltips would be even less likely to read them. If every tooltip looked like, alright, here's like a full like A4 page. Also, Living Muse time. Half of the weapon skills in the game getting this weapon skill does not break combos added to their tooltips. Yeah, exactly. Or alternatively, they just add it to the tooltips for weapon skills that do break combos. This breaks your combo. Bruh. There's no tooltip worse than the one for Fisher. They have that. Actually, I do agree with that, Elaine. Fishing tooltips are ludicrously difficult to understand. Exactly, because they're like, oh yeah, no, that's a large fish. Not to be confused with a large fish. You know what I'm saying? That there is a large fish. That there is a large fish. Yeah? Hmm? You know what I mean? If they do that, it kind of has to say combo breaker. This feels like, isn't this like the music that plays in a lot of like very serious MSQ solo duties? This music feels way too serious for Pictomancer just wobbling around and shooting Moogle lasers at things. And I absolutely agree with that one, Tatsumabimo. The big problem with a lot of tooltips is that they say what they give, but not what that means. Yeah, bits, then every 1 to 3 has to have... Let's see if I can actually navigate this while reading. Has to have under combo bonus that it doesn't break combo when this skill is the current step in the active combo. Well, we're kinda ready for it if we get the pox. Wha-blam! Splat. Right, don't run, don't be in mid-range when fighting a mobile. It's just going to breathe on you. And then I did it again. Oh, that's why. Like, why is it taking so much effort to kill these things? Oh yeah, tooltips like how they are in BG3, where you can just like right click, or rather, you just click a button and you just click a button, and then you can just like expand the different tooltips to see what's that, what's this, what's this. Yeah, well, actually, Steven, this feature where you can like swap between these two, like just, I know it doesn't really change anything for Pictomancer, but it does look different on like physical jobs a lot of the time with combo lines and stuff. Was added in Endwalker. It's not too surprising you discovered it there. Frogs to Toadji, cat toad. I think we have everything we need. Gamer time. Is it actually worth it to prep another muse? Ow. I guess it kind of is. Yeah, it probably is. It's like 600 potency at this level, and every second one is double down on that. The big problem is finding time to do it. Pictomancer can use Gunbreaker skills. Oh yeah, I'll just paint a Gunbreaker. I'll just paint Thancred. I summon Thancred in face-up attack mode. No wait, that would be Astrologian, wouldn't it? Blam! Whoa. Did I level up twice? No, I leveled up once. Cast violence in pink? Yeah. Am I actually under-leveled? What level was the boss? What level was the boss? See, Bit says, more seriously, I remember so strongly researching jobs and being so confused by the doesn't share recast time with any other action. When used, this ability applies as recast time. I was like, well, then it shares a time, doesn't it? And yeah, that's a really roundabout way of saying the 60-second cooldown on this action, though it is a weapon skill, is not the global cooldown. Boss was 35. Oh. What level is the next boss? Because that might be nice to know, so I don't go in and get splatted because I ran too fast. It's 49. Oh, well, then we have 16 levels to get. Let's do this. And this. Give me the thing. Oh, they're level 38. Nice. I guess it won't be difficult to get some levels then. That is actually a pretty funny thing, Alex. It feels like sometimes looking at tooltips in Final Fantasy XIV that the developers, or at least the tooltip writers, kind of have painted themselves into a wall by refusing to acknowledge the global cooldown. Like, if they just had a global cooldown indicated on the actions, they would save themselves a lot of trouble, I feel. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not making that. Good thing I brought Cure. I missed. Splat. I got 3 Mega Potions. How much of the tooltip issues are translation issues? Well, I can inform you that I'm pretty sure the Japanese tooltips don't acknowledge the global cooldown either. So those kind of issues are at least not that. Can you sleep, Mimics? No. Ronsom says, I heard somewhere that GCD abilities, well, those are called weapon skills and spells, have a yellow glow to them, while OGCD have a blue glow. Those are called abilities. And that's the problem. That they decided to call OGCDs abilities, except when they decide that an ability is on the global cooldown anyway. Like, if they just decided to like acknowledge the global cooldown, then they could just say, this is an ability, it's on the global cooldown. This is a weapon skill, this is a spell. Things like that. GCD and OGCD are the community term. It's not just a community term, it's like the gamer term, because like GCD and OGCD predates Final Fantasy XIV. Apparently it predates World of Warcraft. I think I read somewhere that GCD and OGCD originated from Ragnarok Online. I think. I'm pretty sure World of Warcraft acknowledges global cooldown now. Well, in fairness, Zaf, Ragnarok Online also was a game from like the darker ages of the internet, so that there's a much higher probability that you could play the game without ever realizing what other people called things. My first video on this channel was about the global cooldown and the GCD and the OGCD. It's quite hilarious because one of the comments on that video was someone saying, this is very interesting, but I don't understand why you, as in me specifically, have to come up with terms to describe these things, only for me to say, those are the terms that the player base uses. I didn't make those up. It's like, even if you played Final Fantasy XIV, you might not even realize that the GCD OGCD is something that exists. Or is what it's called. I think perhaps the reasoning, like, I haven't played Ragnarok online. My guess is that it might have like an quote-unquote internal cooldown. Like as in, you can't cast something until like a certain time after the previous thing you cast. Which is the same thing as a global cooldown. It's just that you might not have actions that are not on the global cooldown. Like if every time you do something, you're locked out of doing something else for X amount of time, that's a global cooldown. Because it's not a cooldown. Because a cooldown is something that a specific thing has. Like the difference between the cooldown of using an action versus using double down. So that is why you could have a talk about about such a cooldown without ever acknowledging a global cooldown, because it's just the time between actions. I don't know if that's whether that's how Ragnarok worked. The only reason why I happened upon it was because I think I needed it for a fun fact or something like that. So because I thought it would be interesting, I looked it up and landed on like a forum where they exactly explained that. What would Square even call it, though, if they were to standardize it? They can call it the Global Cooldown Rontum. They can have that one. I'm pretty sure no one has copyrighted that term. They can have that one. And over on JP, I'm sure they wouldn't even bat an eye if it straight up just said like GCD. It just straight up said GCD. And in like, you know, like those like squares, like corners that they use to quote things. Is it not patented by Nintendo? No, that one they don't have, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty funny because one of the main reasons why I often resort to calling it GCD is because what I actually mean is weapon skill or spell, which is very long. So they don't even have to call it GCD, they just need to decide something. It's just also that when I use that term, I'm not even referring to the global cooldown itself, I'm referring to the things affected by it. Oh no, knockbacks are disabled, guys. Oh man. What am I to do? GCDs. That's indeed, Alex. A rough spun ruffian. Not all of my knockback skills. You know, this would have been a major problem if I was a PvP Pictomancer. Then it would have been a problem, I'll have you know. Uh-oh, respawns. And yeah, exactly, Asmo. That's the funny thing, is that tooltip, or rather the knockback penalty, might have made sense back when there were a few jobs with a knockback. But nowadays, the weird thing is that the Rage Pomander, where you turn into a big man, so you can't just smack things. For some reason, if knockbacks are disabled, that smack doesn't work. And that's also true. I think one time I've had a situation where it was a mild problem that a mob used a knockback effect that you were like expecting to go through. But then it didn't, because knockbacks were disabled. Ekiro, hope you're doing well. I'm pretty sure they might talk about things like GCDs, like in speech, Steven. The problem is that the game doesn't actually acknowledge it. They act like it doesn't exist. Caetsu throws a 90% finished painting of a bulldozer she had. Oops. But yeah, it would be way easier if the game just acknowledged it. Just said, yeah, that's the global cooldown. Because, like, the tooltips that say that thing with, this doesn't share recast timer with any other actions is like, how do we explain that this action isn't, like, the cooldown of this thing isn't the global cooldown without saying global cooldown? And as you'll see in my guides, I've been more and more just gone over to just saying this is the global cooldown. Just put like a blurb explaining it for those that don't know, and then just move on, because avoiding it takes way longer. And yeah, the thing that's the thing, Brontom, is they would basically have to like fix all of the tooltips, like, to make it make sense. Asmo says, I would expect them to use weapon skill recast time or spell recast time instead of GCD. I would actually expect that if someone, one of the developers, sat down to make this, I would expect them to take 15 seconds to look at it and go, well, this is going to look really stupid if we don't have like a combined term for weapon skills and spells. And then they come up with that, a term for the combined thing of weapon skills and spells, and then they just use that term, recast time. And there you go. Because that's the problem. Like, that's the reason why I use the term GCD so much, is because that is, by virtue of community decision, the combined term. And that's also a good point, Necrofits. Not the fact that the game doesn't acknowledge the existence of the global cooldown probably doesn't make it any easier to understand why it is that some actions on your hotbar can be used while this this cooldown is happening, while others you can. Like, some you can use, some you can't. For some reason, this is never really well explained in the game. And, like, it kind of was less of an issue, I would say, back when, like, most cooldowns weren't, like, intentionally designed to be used, like, as a 1-2 punch. Like, for instance, as opposed to something like continuation. There, like, back then, before things like that, it made more sense to just go, well, you'll figure it out. But there are jobs that live and die by whether you do or do not understand this concept. Using a different name doesn't make much sense, and would only suggest that developer doesn't know what community does. You're right, Zarf, but they renamed Beast Tribes twice in the time of about one expansion. So that at least the developers don't seem to be scared of trying to force the issue. But I guess maybe part of it is also that the intention, quote unquote, I don't know, the intention maybe, is that, like, things like weaving, you know, OGCDs between GCDs is supposed to be an advanced technique or something. So that, like, that's something you can figure out yourself as you get better at the game. Maybe that's what they had in mind, the reason why the game doesn't teach it. Because, like, MMOs, or rather RPGs, are reasonably likely to have things like that. The problem there is that it's maybe a little bit more problematic to have things like that in an MMO, where, like, other players kind of expect you to know these things. I wonder if they switched to allied society since one of the Dawntrail ones is going to be humanoid, like Pelo Pelo. See, the thing is, Delane, they had already switched to tribal quests. It's like they had already gotten rid of the beast part of it, and then they decided that that wasn't good enough. That's the weird part to me. Wasn't like I guess Pelo Pelo are not tribes necessarily, but they could update Hall of the Novice and put it there. Yeah, they could. Oh no. Oh no. It's the sleep guy. Oh no. It's the sleepy boy. Well, that was stupid. I tried to see if I could sleep him first. He's immune, by the way. Turns out he's immune. It would have been a lot funnier if I'd put them to sleep, but their action, like their sleep also went through, so we just both would sit there for 30 seconds. I mean, that's also true, Necrophage, that in retrospect, some of the things that are noted as tribes are absolutely not tribes. But it is still funny that they changed it because, I mean, it didn't really hurt anyone, I guess. But it does look a little weird. Their Final Fantasy, they'll want a good acronym. Did you say the floor boss on this set is level 49? Because, looks like I'm in for some grinding. I'm still 5 levels from it. I should probably just aim for a full 50 so I have hammer. Could use Pictomancer of Alteration? I could, but I felt like the Mimic was exceptionally hard to kill. That is a good point. But yeah, the Allied Society renaming is basically proving that the developers are not at all scared of coming up with a new name for something that was already named by the players. Like, not remotely afraid. So it was a strong Mimic because it was level... Scaled up to floor 39 already. Oh, wow. Wouldn't it have been scaled up to floor 29? So anyway, the Mandragoras gave me like 10 Mega Potions. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. That's what ultimately happened. Is that most players just went... okay, well, I'm still just gonna call it a peace tribe. Like, and? So that's the thing. If the game ended up having a name for the global cooldown, like an explicitly decided upon name, and it wasn't GCD or global cooldown, then players would just, like, just continue to call it the global cooldown. Maybe years from now, or from the time where they make that change, the players might go on to go, well, I mean, the developers have been calling it the burger effect for 5 years. It's probably easier for new players if we just call it the burger effect, even though that's incredibly silly to call it that. And yeah, exactly, Girahid. That's where fun facts at the end of videos come in. Before Endwalker, allied societies were actually called beast tribes. Because they were comprised mainly of uncivilized beasts. That's not even true. They were reasonably civilized and spoke English. Yeah, also that, Asmo. Weirdly, they could have just called them reputations and just be done with it. I just want you all to know that I'm level nearly 50 and I have 3 attack buttons. One of which only works once every 80 seconds and one that only works every 40 seconds. As one does. It's not like Summoner would have had a lot more. They would have like a bunch of buttons to use every minute. At level 50, Viper has 2. Actually, they have Writhing Snap as well, you know. Could you imagine if Hall of the Novice went, watch out for the incoming chariot? If we... what would be the name of line AoEs if we used that kind of terminology? Swing says, I'm thinking of running the... Oh boy, I need to focus on this. Says, I'm thinking of running the MSQ on an alt tune to see all changes, but should I do it on jobs like on my main or do it on another job? That's that's hard for me to give advice on. Ultimately, it's up to what you feel makes most sense. But you might find it more interesting to do it with a job that starts in a different city than your first character started in. That gives you a slightly different experience already, and if you do it with a job you haven't played much, you will probably have a much more interesting experience in that aspect as well. I'll accept that name only if it aligns with the release of a battle culinarian where its only GCD is a burger attack. And it applies the burger effect only to make it even more confusing. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Splat. They gave me 8 mega potions. That would be funny, Brontom. I'm like 99% certain that most things in Palace of the Dead originate from somewhere else. Like, in some capacity, they originate from somewhere else. Like, there's some unique twist to it, but most of the things originate from somewhere else. Water splash. Hey, we made it to level 49. We made it. Did the mob drop it? Treasure. Wait, how did I miss that? It's a Supplement of strength. Can't wait to proc flame grilled. Just let me use the Burger Monarch instant. Yeah, and once you've like just in time for the burst, you've generated 100 burger flipper power, which allows you to go into this burst mode that happens to take exactly 8 GCDs to perform, which, no, sorry, it takes exactly 8 burger effects to perform. And the burger effect timer is, of course, 2.5 seconds, as is tradition. Thank you for the 16 months, Emir. Congratulations with that. How many children do you have? You filled the sauce gauge. So then there will be off-burger effect abilities? Yeah, absolutely, there will be off-burger effect. You have 2 cats? Ow. Meow. More witching pomanders, more witching pomanders. It do be witching though. Will it provide a vegan substitute rotation? Probably not. We have acquired hammer. Hammer get. No, don't sleep me. Wait, I dodged it? I didn't even know that was an option. Sweet. I guess that works. As long as it's not a witch hunt time. Wow! That is I will say, Emir, that is an amazing, that is a that is a big message. Thank you so much for the I'm gonna round it up. 100 euro super chat. That's amazing. That is pink. That is as pink as it's gonna get. Thank you so much, Emir. Wow. Thank you. Emir is so based, yes. Thank you so much, Emir. Big cheers in the chat for Emir. Who clearly is. Assuming they want to be. Sugar Bomby. 100 exactly is red. Well, we can say that 99.99 is better red because it's pink. Thank you so much. It is amazing. Oh, right. But for some reason, every time I see the 10th floor boss, for some reason, I think that's the one that does the what's it called, the fear thing where you have to be under it, but that's not the one who does that. It's this one. It's this boy. The Ningishita. Can't give the scent. That would be quite strange, honestly, if you could do that. I'm like thinking like, you see like one bit on Twitch or something, just one. I guess you could do that there. What in the world is happening with that? That's a bot, right? Is it drunk? What? Let's remove that. What? I think it showed on the stream feed. So if you want to see it, you can probably just like rewind. Sorry about that. I was considering not removing it, but I was a little bit split between I should remove it because it is a bot and I should keep it because it's really silly. In there, fear itself. How do you deal with it? Apparently you face your fear by going under the boss. It's time to face your fear. Ow. Wait a minute, that doesn't hurt that much. Why does it do so little damage? Why do you do so little damage? Hammer time! Bonk. 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 Yep, exactly, Nox. It's basically a surprise donut AoE, and I'm pretty sure it fears you. So, like, you see all the AoEs on the floor? You see how that would be a problem? Like, that's the whole trick. Is you have to get under it, but maybe there's an AoE under it. And if you don't get under it, you might get feared. And yep, it is basically lifted directly from an A Realm Reborn trial, relic trial. Surprise donut, yum. I'm sorry I removed the silly bot message. It, like, I don't think I've seen it ever be that absurd. I wasn't even sure what it was saying, because it was, like, mixing in nonsense with the names. And exactly, Delaney, that's basically what the bots do. I'm not sure what the point is. I'm guessing it's some sort of like cross-pollination or something. Jose Vigo, hope you're doing well. And Catch, I think you've been in the chat for a bit, Catch. The skirt? What do you mean, Emir? The skirt? It didn't show on the stream feed. Oh, I'm sorry. Like sometimes it'll show up over here in the chat overlay, but I guess maybe YouTube saw it as so nonsensical that it said no. Oh, the succubus. I could have used that in retrospect. I could have used that. That is a good point. This is music that plays in Pharaoh Sirius. Anyone getting nervous spasms? Oh boy! The DPS check dungeon. Woohoo! Because all the fights devolve into total chaos after like 1 minute. I'm already getting slightly annoyed. I don't mind Pharaoh's Sirius. I think I've mentioned this before, but you might have seen in multiple of my job guides, like especially for like tanks and healers. Oh, are you going, Emir? Enjoy your evening, Emir. But you might see that it's pretty common that Pharaoh Sirius features as the level 50 dungeon. Because it's just hard enough that tanks get forced to use cooldowns, and it has things to interrupt and things to stun, where it makes sense, like all of that. But it is also a dungeon where if your team is like a little weak, it might be difficult to demonstrate things nicely. What do you mean defensive cooldown cycle? I need to use every defensive cooldown because my healer wasn't ready for this. Sight. Hey Bob, and Hieronymus, hope you're doing well. I also did the Hawk Manor Hard the other day. That one's weird. And pretty funny. The tank went, can I pull big? I was like, we've pulled like 4 pulls by now, and there's a locked door after each of them, and the pack drops the key. So I mean, if you find a big pull to make, like, you go for it, man. Good luck with that. Doesn't seem like it's coming anytime soon. And then like 5 minutes later, there was like this hallway where we could pull like 8 packs, and I had already said yes, so you know. Here we go! And that's also true, Necrophits. I would say Pharaoh Sirius Hard is easier than Pharaoh Sirius Normal. But it's not easier as a result of, like, oh, it's just, like, easier. It's just that it's more that Pharaoh Sirius Normal is insane, and Pharaoh Sirius Hard is not as insane, but as you said, it has a lot of weirdness. Like, genuinely, like, A Realm Reborn to Heavensward has a ton of weird things in dungeons. A treasure. Boink. Steal. Why did I... Right, Wall, everyone. May I introduce you? Wall. Always fun getting Stone Vigil hard when people don't know the turtle fight. Oh yeah, that's always fun. Hi, Wall! The real Wall boss, true. I'm going to go out on a limb here. The floor 40 boss is 60, right? The floor 100 boss, the floor 40 boss is level 60, right? Saif says, I walked into the wall boss for the first time 2 days ago and I legitimately started laugh screaming. Splat. It's 59. Oh, okay, so we can beat it. We can beat it with levels. By the power of leveling. Water. Hey, look at the magic. You're doing well. Yurin says, shout out to me trying to solo Stone Vigil hard back when I was doing my ARR relics. Ooh. That sounds like a problem. Did you manage to do it? Didn't I just kill you? Yeah, yeah, exactly, look at the Magi. Tamtara hard. The first boss, especially. Oh yeah, so you'll get a spread marker. Everything in your brains is run. Don't. Like, first of all, don't. Second of all, you'll see zombies come to attack you. Your instinct, everything in your brain says run. First of all, don't. Second of all, don't attack them. Like, everything about that fight is just... So, you know how normally, like, you kill the ads? You don't do that. Also, you know how, like, normally, like, you run away with a spread marker? Yep, we don't do that here either. Don't worry about it. The old Sorkai fight was quite something. I don't mind the way they've changed it, but I can see how it's a little disappointing. Is it the Tonberry boss that if you kill the ass, it gets tougher? In Tamtara, or do you mean in like, that's also one. The thing is, the final boss in Wanderer's Palace, normal, is indeed a Tonberry that gets a buff that makes his sharpened knife, I believe, do more damage the more ads you kill. Whoa. But the thing is, nowadays you can just kill it before it becomes a problem. You can just ignore the ads. But yes, if you actually kill the ads, that's a problem. Or it can become a problem. Hey Gassel, hope you're doing well. But the one I'm thinking of is the first boss in Tamtara Heart. It's just, I think, like an archer. And it summons like this rain of arrows that is a pink spread marker on one player that is enormous. And then it summons zombie ads. But if you kill the zombie ads, they explode and do massive damage. You don't want that. If they die from the arrow rain, and they will die from the arrow rain if they get hit by it, then nothing happens. Which means that you just have to not AoE. Like, that's the fight, is stack in the middle, don't AoE, kill the boss. Ignore everything else. Like, that fight is so silly because the winning move is to not interact with the fight. Like, just act like nothing's happening. Oh! Oh, sweet! We got the potency boost! Anti-explosification arrows. Oh, I didn't want to cast water and blue anyway, it's fine. Yeah, exactly, Necrofits. That's exactly the problem, is that the main Tonberry is like... It's not that strong. It was probably a lot stronger back when it was relevant. That's also the part that, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that I learned when we were doing solo challenge, and we got to that if you try to do Wanderer's Palace synced, like solo synced, your item level is like 110, if not oh, by the way, wall again, hello. 130. But if you do it minimum item level, you're like item level 40. Like, minimum item level, you have like a third of the HP you would have if you do it just synced. It's insane. So it probably makes good sense why it is so easy. Also, hey Fila, hope you're doing well. We've got a little bit of a power boost. Pictomancer gets this giga potency boost at level 54 specifically. I think? Yes, 54. It's just, oh yeah, by the way, you know Palm Muse that does like 500 or 600 potency? Yeah, it's 1000 now. No abilities? No! I refuse! Give me my abilities! What's that? I praise? Oh look, I have like 1000 potency abilities now, and then the game just goes, what if you don't? Like, it's such a perfectly timed... Nope. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Ardell, the what's it? What's it called again? I remember Stranger of Paradise also gives all of the Tonberries that move. And I believe FF11 also has that move. And it actually also does damage based on how many... Yeah, everyone's Grudge. Right. I'm pretty sure that's also an attack that Tonberry in Wanderer's Palace does. Isn't Wanderer's Palace also accessible before level 50 MSQ? I'm pretty sure it's a level 50 dungeon, but it might be accessible. I've never gone to check that, so I don't know. Fila says, I don't know how deep dungeons work. Why is your Pictomancer leveling up there? Fila, have you played like a mystery dungeon game, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? There are like these floors, dungeons in the post game of those games where you get set back to level 1, and then like you have to make your way through the dungeon with some sort of challenge on top. That's Palace of the Dead. It caps at level 60, but if you start from floor 1, then you also start from level 1. You level up super fast, but you're starting from... Whoa! We found a party room! We have found the party room! Oh boy! Everybody put your hands in the air for the party room! Party room! It's exactly, Gleaming. I mentioned Mystery Dungeon, boom, Monster House, which is also a mechanic in Mystery Dungeon games. Thank you, Taldemar. I actually, I mentioned this earlier in the stream. The first time I tried to, do a challenge like this, of soloing it. I remember specifically that not only did I have the situation of, I had ran into so many luring traps that I was down on Pomanders to save myself with. But I was also at a point where, I was not good on time, I don't think. And I was like, oh yeah, hopefully there isn't, a monster house or a party room coming up. And not only did I step into a luring trap, but I looked up at the room and went, wow, there's 15 mobs in the room with the exit in it. And then I stepped in a luring trap. So it was just well, I guess the game didn't want me to win tonight. Yeah, I do agree with that, Alex. I also think it's a lot more interesting when a dungeon has, something to explore. I understand that... Oh, Raging Potion. Or Pomander. I understand that it is mildly inconvenient that, if you're doing a dungeon for the 300th time, that... never mind then. That... Oh, the tank doesn't know where to go because it's a little bit mazy. But does it matter that much? All the dungeons being like a perfect line sort of has this effect of, oh well, we're not here to play the dungeon, we're here to get moving. Wondrous Palace unlocking quest is a level 50 side quest, but the requirement is only level 47. What? Kaboom! I cast palms. Splat. Quite a ludicrous power spike. But yeah, if you haven't tried Deep Dungeons, it's actually pretty fun. I do recommend doing it with friends the first time if you can. Look at the Magic says, I kind of wish there was an option for Deep Dungeons that let the game just pick a job at random for you. That would be interesting. On the plus side, you can kind of do that yourself. There's the slight problem that there are 21 jobs, but you could grab a D20, just say, this job doesn't count. Like, you just choose the one job you played most recently, I guess, so that you don't get the same job every time. And then you just roll, like, give a number to each job, and then you roll a D20. And then you play the job that, like, matches the number you rolled. There you go. You could do that yourself. Oh, whoops. Before you roll Astrologian and cry, wouldn't you cry harder if you rolled Black Mage? I feel like that would be worse. At least Black Mage does damage. Well, Astrologian has light speed. Black Mage has Scathe. Safety. Bit late for that one, but thanks, I guess. Black Mage has AoE sleep, doesn't it? All mages have AoE sleep. All healers have single target sleep. Weirdly, Sage is really good solo. That doesn't surprise me. Sage having passive healing and quote-unquote selfish DPS. Pretty good. There are deep dungeons other than Palace of the Dead, yet I've yet to see or hear about anyone playing them. Just Palace of the Dead, what's the deal with them? Heaven on High is level 60 to 70. People do that one as well. It's shorter, so there's just a chance that when people, like, get on the topic of them, they just, like a stream running Heaven on High is likely shorter than a stream running Palace of the Dead, I guess. At level 80 to 90, there is Eureka Orthos from Endwalker. Oh, that sucks, Vigo. Maybe you'll get him next time. Also, all of my non-filler attacks are abilities. I basically have one button. Blap. Splat. And yeah, that is true, as Asmo says, that Palace of the Dead has like a much longer part of like the dungeon itself that is like just like going through the motions. Like, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that the first 100 floors are just kinda like working through it. And for some, it would probably even be reasonable to say that the first 150 floors are just like making it to the hard part. Which means, like, if every set of 10 floors takes over 30 minutes, then you sit through all of those floors, and then you wipe on, like, I don't know, floor 152 to a silly mistake, and then... rage! But you could probably also see that that's probably the reason why Heaven on High finishes at floor 100 instead of 200, because they probably realized that Palace of the Dead's 200 floors was way too much. But for me personally, for a stream like this, I don't mind. Like, quite often when we do Tuesday streams, we do something somewhat relaxing, just hanging out. And a large part of a Palace of the Dead run is just that. We're just working through, just hanging out, talking about whatever. And it is a little bit silly that they give you a checkpoint where you can skip like a fifth of a deep dungeon. And that is a little silly. But I guess the logic there is that a core part, question mark, of a deep dungeon is like gaining those 10 levels. Oh, there's actually a trap exactly where I was going to go. So by having that, they can also let you skip straight to the max level. Speaking of which, I think a lot of people said they were expecting like floor 38 or 39 for level 60. Looks like it'll be exactly floor 39. We'll have a subtractive palette for the boss fight. Now, the question is whether I'll actually get to use it. If these are deep, deep dungeons, at what point do we find the Balrog? How deep in a deep, deep dungeon is a Balrog? Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. We haven't seen a Mimic in a while. I maxed out on purity thingies. Guessing it isn't on this floor? Nope. Oh well. Should have probably used it early in retrospect. Incoming Mimic next chest. Well, almost, but I did step in a bomb. 31 to 40 Mimics are in silver chests only. Well, that explains that. Thank you. Wow, this floor was short. I didn't even use flight. What's going on here? I'm not going to the boss. I want to be level 60 now. Womp, 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 womp. RNG was kind. I feel like I got trolled. Like, I'll probably reach level 60 on floor 39 and not floor 38. Then they give me the smallest floor in the universe for floor 39. There's an enemy over there. Enemy spotted. Just find a luring trap? Well, that would be... That's easy. What you do is you go like, oh man, I haven't had any luring traps yet, and then you walk forward. Oh. 40 balls is rather easy, even underleveled. You're probably right. But I want to have subtractive palette. Doesn't it take until somewhere in the 40s to get level 60 enemies? Well, we are on floor 39, so... All by myself. Oh, there it is. There's a guy! What a twist! They're stalking the halls of the Palace of the Dead, only to get ganked by an angry small dragon with a paintbrush. Who's actually exploring these dungeons, huh? They just get slapped with a paintbrush. Paintbrush. Well, it probably is like floor 41 that we will see level 60 enemies, Lazonian. Because we're seeing level 57 enemies already. And the boss we're going to fight is level 59. Better a small dragon than an angry baby. I see, Catch. Yeah, that is difficult. My first, longer venture into Palace of the Dead ever was with a friend, just a duo run. Because we both wanted to go in, but, we didn't have anyone else who wanted to go, so we just went as two. And we actually, I'm pretty sure first try, we wiped 2 behemoths at floor 180. Which is pretty wild, because I'm pretty sure we didn't look up any guides or anything. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. One more mob. Where the mobs at? Oh, there. There, yeah. Take this. Splat. And... wow. Finally, we have a pallet gauge. Now I finally have a reason to carry this thing around. Ah, yeah. The X tab. I cast Skirt. Whoa! Wow! Are you good, mate? And dead. Well, that's what I call a burst. Yeah, a little bit. Look at the I think you're onto something. Ow. Sweet. Strength. And look, level 60. Never mind. Could you imagine for a moment, Necrophytes, getting the 20,000 pieces of Accursed Horde, like, in one stretch? You don't do anything else in the game before you finish. Imagine that. That sounds pretty terrible, by the way. A very effective way to make you lose interest in the game, I would imagine. Ow. Do a twirl. And then the ground below me just explodes in response. The game said no. No happy twirls allowed. Oh, really? I was certain I would hit the Nightmare Demon at least. As opposed to a non-Nightmare Demon. 20k would be what? About 1,000 Palace of the Dead runs total? Well, the thing is, Asmo, is that that is one way to do it. And like, if you're actually interested in doing that, like, if you're going to do 1,000 runs of Palace of the Dead anyway, then yeah, sure. The thing is, you just might not be interested in doing that. In which case, I believe the grinding strategy is that you can set up, like, get exactly the Pomanders or whatever they're called in Heaven on High, to speed grab hordes on floor 11 to 20 in Heaven on High solo. Like, you just get the things on floor 1 to 10. And then, like, you go to floor 11. Because the thing is, the achievement for 20,000 Accursed Hordes don't actually require that you exit the dungeon with the horde. You just have to find them. I'm pretty sure. You just have to find them. Which means if you use... I saw a strategy about that. And you can get maybe like 0 to 2 or maybe even 3 hordes per set, and it takes like a couple minutes to do one set. But it is yeah, it's a burnout percent, as you say. Ever considered making a Palace of the Dead solo guide? I have not, Catch, but I've also never beaten Palace of the Dead solo, so it would be a little ridiculous for me to make such a guide, don't you think? But I have actually made a guide on Palace of the Dead. I also just now remembered that I don't actually have to kill everything anymore. I just need to kill enough to exit. This is the weird part whenever I do Palace of the Dead, is that by the time I reach level 60, I'm so ingrained, like, entrenched in the destroy everything mode for the XP that when I've hit level 60 and don't need to do that anymore, I still continue to do it. Assume then you die to a boss and go again. No, you do this. The instant that you found the horde, like you go to specific spots, check if the horde is there. Of course, use intuition. And then whether either you find them or you don't, and then you leave. Like if you ever go to Heaven on High and see someone like pop in and out of existence right next to the entrance guy repeatedly, that's what they're doing. They're farming horde without even looting it. They're farming horde, but they're not actually like farming horde. Really silly. And yeah, 20,000 is so... Like, I think we talked about that on a recent stream, actually. Is that there are some achievements that clearly are more there as, like, a makeshift, like, counter to just say how many you did. Like, what's it, 10,000? Is it 10,000 duties? Isn't there an achievement for 10,000 duties? I'm pretty sure. You'll get that eventually. But they could have just as easily just had like a statistics page in the achievements, like in the achievements menu, that said how many duties you've ever done. And yeah, absolutely, Asma, like that's the same... Oh, well, that was easy. The same kind of idea with like leveling, for instance. If you have even remotely any interest in doing side quests, for example, then it's actually more efficient to level jobs by doing side quests while they still give XP, because if you don't have any jobs to level left by the time you want to do the side quests, well, then you just don't get the XP. I'm pretty sure they don't give you money instead of the XP like they do in WoW. So like if you have any interest in doing specific content in the game, it always makes more sense to do it while you can benefit from the full reward, rather than like speed running through, for instance, leveling jobs and then going, oh wait a minute, nah, I can't actually use the XP. Whoops. Horde's worth farming. It's the highest achievement for intuition. Free a cursed horde need. I think it's 200. I think it's 200. For those wondering about that, basically, intuition-free accursed horde means you saw that there was like that beam of light showing where the horde was on the floor because I used an item. Like just randomly in the middle of the floor, the accursed horde spawns at specific spots in rooms. So you could guess where it is. Like just wander blindly into it. You could do that. But there's an achievement for doing that. I think... Oh, it's only 100. Wow. That's a little nicer. But, yeah, oh, whoops. Wasted a Mug of the Ages there. Womp womp. Also, hey, Ogni. Hope you're doing well. But that's done entirely by quote-unquote random luck with quote-unquote random luck because technically people kind of figured out the answer. Like, people figured out somewhat consistently where they spawn. So you can do it systematically. Just go into each room and check the spots where it could spawn. And if it isn't there, it isn't there. It's the same idea with that Heaven on High, like, general horde farming strategy is you just go to the spots where they could be while you use intuition, and the intuition just means that there's a higher chance you'll find one quicker and things like that. And you could even do it at floor 1 to 10. Oh, nice. That's quite fun when that happens, right? I'm pretty sure we entered this floor with gloom on it, so the enemies are stronger. I used a serenity, just like, nah, I'm not having that. I have 3 of them. I'll just use one. There was a serenity on the floor. It's always fun when the game is like, aha, we have poisoned you. The cure is on this floor somewhere. Right, so why did I bring 3 cures from previous floors if you're just going to give it to me like that? It survived. And yep, that's correct, Bronto. Most of the time, side quests are mostly just world building. I swear no knockback floors have increased chance of getting rage. It wouldn't surprise me. It would be pretty funny. Well, that felt kind of silly. I'm a firing my laser. Blark. My favorite Pomander is Pomander of Sight. It both tells me where, like, gives me the whole map of the floor, so I can easily find the exit. But it also makes sure that I can see all traps. I'm sorry to hear that, Nox. That's not good. Yeah, most of the time, so like, for instance, in Dawntrail levels, doing side quests for XP is like, it's only remotely worth it, like just barely something you could consider for the XP per hour if you skip everything in the dialogue. Like if you just mash through dialogue, then maybe it's worth it. But the thing is, if you're going to do the side quest anyway, like for the lore or whatever you want, then it doesn't matter how much XP the side quest gives you. Because you're going to do it anyway, might as well do it while you can use the XP. Do the side quests to unlock triple triad opponents. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Wow. They call me the artillery cannon. You're dead, and you're dead. Oh! Damage dealt decreased. The Caetsu. The Caetsu. I summon hammer. Bonk. 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 Oh, there's the exit. Sweet. That's also pretty good, Necrophits. I had the idea to do that. Like, I grabbed various coffers and then just didn't open them. And you can see that happen on, like, I streamed my entire journey through the MSQ on in Dawntrail. And you'll see that, like, I grab covers and just go, thanks, and then just save them. I still have those covers. I've used, like, maybe 3 of them. Because, like, I had, like, a lave quest I wanted to finish. I just have the completion check mark. And it just so happened that it required a gear piece for a cover that I had. And the reason why I didn't get further than that is because to make the most money out of those coffers, you have to, like, sit down and look at all of the potential items you could turn it into and go which one is worth most money. And I just haven't done that. You could also desynth them, that's true. But that is the reason why I just ended. Like, one of my retainers has them. Every single one. Just on a retainer. Casting was going for a lot of money early in the expansion because of Pictomancer. I could imagine that, but I could also, like, thinking for a moment, you could also equally expect that, like, scouting would be quite valuable. And I would actually not be shocked if scouting was more valuable. Because Viper. And I'm pretty sure that Ninja was less popular than all casters in Endwalker, like just combined. So there's a higher chance that people didn't have scouting gear, but that's just a guess. Oh, by the way, follow serious music again. Exactly, Brown Tome. Exactly. So, like, what players would have scouting gear for their Vipers? Players that prepared for it, and players who were already playing Ninja. Right? Then there's, of course, also the side that the accessory part of it would be, would come from ranged physical. But then we're in a whole conversation of, would casters be more popular than ranged physical and also ninja? Favorite caster for a lot of people was Samurai. Also Party Room. Put your hands in the air. Rock. Blap. Thunder. Blap. Is this the exit? Oh, it is. It almost feels like playing a melee. I mean, yeah, jutsus have quite the range. I can't see how it wouldn't quite feel like a melee, right? Steel. Doink. The main reason at this point to stay on floors is either to find the horde, get bronze chests for more potsherds. Oh boy. Or to collect more pomanders. But given that I'm starting to have like 3 of everything, there's less and less reason for me to like hang out on a given floor. There's a chance that I'd have to spend something rather than gain something by being on. Why are there like 4 enemies right over there? Double caster? No, Nox. The double caster comp would be 2 casters, 1 melee, and 1 ranged physical. Whether that ranged physical was going to be a dancer or something else is a whole different story, but it would still be one of each type. It's just that the reason why people call it double caster comp instead of, you know, just whatever's normal, like make it sound like it's special, is because normally you expect to have like 2 melee DPS and... Oh, look, another party house! Woohoo! That normally you have 2 melees and 2 ranged jobs, but a double caster comp would have 3 ranged jobs, just by virtue of casters are ranged, and you want a ranged physical for the party bonus. Usually, I don't know how bad it is in terms of optimization right now, but right at launch, I do recall that ranged physical had it bad enough that people were starting to look at, like, is ranged physical so far behind, possibly in, like, parser comps, that the 1% bonus from the party bonus isn't even worth it. Standard comp I've been seeing, well, Brontom, that's like, just because you've seen it a lot doesn't mean that it's standard. That there doesn't satisfy, like, that there is not standard. I'm pretty sure that's not standard. Oh. On rate buff comp, let's go. Two. Yeah, it is 2. Pictomancer does indeed have one of those. Look! It's Edda! Let's see, let's do this. And this. I just realized I could have saved my Morgue of the Ages. For something with a cast time, that did terribly low amounts of damage. I should have painted something in that time. That's wildly convenient. That's less convenient. What? Oh. It's a random demon boy from the Outer Ring. It's a demon boy with a steel chair! Discussion of meta in this game is really quite nuanced. Yeah, it kind of is. He's broken in half! Sad none of the Arcadian fights had someone with a steel chair. That is actually a shame. On the bright side, M3 at least body slams you from the top ropes. What? Victory music! Yeah, we beat Edda! Slap! I should have used rage when I was closer to enemies. Slap! Rage is really awkward when you're alone. When you're in a party, you can at least have others pick up the treasures while you clear. But when you're alone, you just have to like, alright, I'll have to go back for those and those and those. Thwack! Given that the music on these floors are like sort of random, it's quite amazing timing that this is the music on the floor right after Edda. We beat up a traumatized girl. Exactly. That's what you We did it! Wait, does that mean there are 2 rages on this floor? Oh, right, my paintings. Pats on the back all around. Yep, there were indeed 2 rages on this floor. Also true, this is the place, like, if you were farming XP with Palace of the Dead or something, you'd probably be very well acquainted with these floors specifically. Whoa! No worries, Ellie. Oh, look, a hammer. Nice axe you got there. Beaten by a cartoon hammer. Take that. I feel like I got like double trolled there. Ah, yes, a raging Pomad at the end of the floor as I'm exiting. I can't bring it with me. Also, frog. Hey Rajin, hope you're doing well. Oh man, we just need a Serenity and then we have everything. No, wait, we also need a Sight. I said that Sight is my favorite Pomad and now I can't find any. What a coincidence, huh? It has been going good, Rajin. I'd say so, although we're still in the very, very, very long section where not a lot is happening. But it is going well. Cat says, looking at logs, the 2 caster no physical ranged comp does not seem common at all. Well, there you go. There's a possibility that the 2 caster no physical ranged comp might be, quote, like, might be the one that people use for speedruns. I don't know. If that's the case, that would explain why people think that they're not common. By looking at the top ranked runs. I don't know. I haven't looked at those kinds of things recently. UCP could totally add voice comms to the game. Clearly the infrastructure is there if it hears you say Sight is your favorite. Yeah, I know, right? Weird. Hello? Alright. Never mind then. I'll just leave. Oh no! Victory music ended! And no ability usage! No, this is the worst timeline. Why, game? Without abilities, I only have my filler attack. Why would you do this to me? I also have sleep, I guess, but who cares about sleep? Remember, guys, humans might be negativity biased, but you are always correct when you are never lucky. Aha. Oh, that could be Brontom. That sounds very likely. That it's the strat that if you ask people, that's the best strat because that's what people talk about. There is the specific thing to consider that damage-wise, maybe question mark ranged physical might not like be worth it for the party, like for the party bonus question mark. But if you don't bring a ranged physical, then you don't have that sweet 15% damage reduction from their defensive cooldown. You just have 2 silly feints and 2 silly addles instead. And they don't stack. And they're weaker. I looked at some line graphs, double casters clearly ahead. Just something like that, right? At least the Aerie isn't a bad song. No, I'd say that most music that plays in Palace of the Dead is great. It was just so ridiculously specific that they just bring out like the possibly most exciting, happy song on the playlist right after we beat Edda. It's almost like the what people talked about, that it's quite a few times in Final Fantasy XIV MSQ where something really sad happens, like at the end of a quest, and then it plays like the victory jingle. Like you're looking at like the corpse of someone that died, and then it's like, and you're like, feels weirdly out of place right now. Ambush! The new kind of luring trap, it's straight up just a mob spawning on you. Oh, full house. Yeah, exactly, look at Maji. Ragu's Reach just got sacked and a couple of friends are dead. Was it... Uh-oh. I cast everything. Oh. Never mind. Just dropped everything and then it just died immediately. Overkill. That is a good sign for me to remember to, like, hold hammer. Just in case I find a mimic. Because it's exceptionally effective if I do find a mimic. Actually, no, I don't actually care. I don't need the treasure. And I don't need the XP. Our friends are dead. Let's go! Yeah, exactly, we go. And your strength just wore off. Oh, that too. Well, we'll see if I find another one. I mean, that is also the thing, Silly, that in... Oh, we have some exciting music again. In raid tiers, you could say, where DPS checks are not a major issue, it makes sense unless you're actively like passing, rushing as fast as you can, so maybe value defensive options a little higher, because I mean, defensive options makes things easier. Also, I feel like we've gone a lot of floors with no mimics, and now we're just mimic, mimic, mimic. Oh, that's a choke. Oh, that explains. Indeed. The lack of strength means that my subtractive pallet combo no longer kills in 2 hits. Womp. But that is also part of the reason why I try so hard to collect everything early on. Is so that you can reach a point where you can go up, like walk up to a church and just go, we have everything. And then just skip it. What are you? Flight. Sweet. Not the exit room. Blap. I can say for certain, if we had done this with Viper, this would have been a lot more something, at least. If I remember something like just off the top of my head, the way Viper at level 60 works is that like their step 1s and step 2s are like 400 potency each, or nearly. And then the step 3 gets 100 potency on top, assuming you've kept the buff spinning, which means like you're more incentivized to like keep killing things as you run. And then there's also like the 280 potency of Death Rattle. So your like running through is like insanely random bursts. Whereas here it's just every time we run into something, we just unleash total annihilation immediately. A lot easier, that. Wait, did... strength! That's the one thing I wanted. Two strengths. Let's see. The classic. It's the classic. Also weird. I think one mob right next to the two other mobs. Right, should we do anything? Bob is getting killed. Should we help? Now, if you act like the angry Pictomancer isn't there, maybe they'll leave us alone. Just ignore the angry Pictomancer. However, as is the rules of a Pokemon, of a trainer in Pokemon, if we lock eyes with the Pictomancer, we must kill them. We must challenge them to a duel. Oh, already? Wait, is that not a... Did I block it, or is that not a knockback? I'm pretty sure that's a knockback. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, he managed to show me it was a knockback just in time. As my final act, I will show you that I am kinda awesome. Hey, Titanium Wolfers. Hope you're doing well. Is that Odin Light? Well, if it's Odin who forgot his head at home. My favorite Gilmora-related theme, Fractal Continuum music. Yeah. Hello? Steel, like, right off the rip. Nice. Yoink. Odin from Wish. They forgot the head. Oops. I was expecting like one guy hiding around the corner, not two. Now I'm a little, like a tiny bit scared of opening this chest, because if it is a mimic, then I don't have hammer. Ah, sweet! Wow! This is an amazing start to a set. Here's your damage and tank and defensive buffs, my liege. There you go. Ready for combat. Enjoy! Steal again! He didn't want to get ahead of himself. Hello? Purity. By the way, 0 luring traps so far. Knock on wood. Crap. Rejoice in the glory of combat. Treasure. Hello? More strength. That's the worst place to spawn. Ow. It's just like, I'm alive! Plop. Just a wind, like just a wind blast, and they're just disintegrated. May the carnage never end. Woof. Affluence. Smudge is possibly the most satisfying dash in the game. Weirdly, I would also say that the Ethereal Shift, the White Mage one, is incredibly good as well. The sad part is that Ethereal Shift is a... I think the game didn't hear me right when I said the luring trap thing. Now suddenly we're getting a lot of traps, but they're not luring. I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh, we already have affluence. Alright, Ethereal Shift. It's unfortunately on a 1 minute cooldown, so you don't get to use it very much. Rage at the exit, rage at the exit. Affluence and rage at the exit. Picked as the best movement skill in general. I would actually say Smudge is insanely effective. The only thing that could make it even more broken is if it had 2 charges. Oh, well, Shelly, isn't Anavang the weird one? Isn't Anavang the one that is only 10, where most others are 15? Like, not that that changes anything. If you're used to Dancer, you're used to Dancer, but isn't the Dancer one the weird one? Who needs rage, like Pomanders of Rage? Like, I can already one-shot mobs. Is Elusive Jump 15? Elusive Jump is 15. For some reason, I feel like it's more. Ah! Well. You know what's even weird about that, Liv? Repelling Shot used to be a G-City. 15 yalms, Philip. Repelling Shot used to be a G-City. No cooldown, but it used to be a G-City. It did damage then, of course, but it was a G-City. And it did less damage than than other G-Cities, so why would you use it? What? Was... Oh, there's one. I was just about to say, how will I open the door then? Like, I spawn in on the floor with not enough enemies to open the gate. That's annoying. Now we have to wait for respawns. Exactly, Liv. That's why, like, Repelling Shot was really silly. Also, the naming of calling it Repelling Shot, everything in my mind tells me that it should be a knockback. Like, it shouldn't shoot you back, it should repel the enemy, right? Titanium Vulpes says, I knew people who use repelling as part of their rotation, those were dark days. I wonder if it kept, like, I can't remember if it kept any of its damage when they made it an OGCD, like initially. Wow! I'm a mimic! Dead. Ah, right, burger effect. You're right, Elaine. These mimics are just getting memed on at this point. Aha! Surprise! 8,000 damage instantly. Dead. Repelling Shot has not done any damage, I'm pretty sure, at least since Stormblood. And I'm pretty sure it was Stormblood where they went, this should be an OGCD. And part of the reason why they would remove the damage when they made it an OGCD is, of course, because of how idiotic it would be. Could you imagine? It was OGCD in Heavensward. Oh, okay. Did it do damage in Heavensward? Ow. Did it do damage in Heavensward? Well, in that case, I guess we have the answer. The developers went, we should make Repelling Shot an OGCD. And then players went, well, if it's an OGCD, then it is optimal to use it on cooldown. And then the developers saw all the bards just yeeting themselves off arenas all the time in the aim of maximum damage. Little late for that, but thanks. I guess I won't run into a trap while clearing this final, like this room right here. But that is incredible. That's also like a red mage. In Stormblood, for those that don't know, in Stormblood, engagement did not exist. You had Korakor and the Plasmon to like backflip. And because they both do damage, you use them. Then Shadowbringers came and they added engagement. At level 72, by the way. But engagement did less damage than the Plasmon. You see the problem, right? So I don't think they fixed, quote-unquote, fixed this until Endwalker. By just making it so that engagement is learned at the same level as the Plasmon. And then just made it so that at level 72 you just get a potency boost to both. And they just made them equal. Because, again, you just see the red mages just backflip off the arena like, but my damage! Well, in my defense, Sally, basically all of the OGCD attacks of the red mage are French things. I would almost also take the step of suggesting that it shouldn't be acceleration. It should actually be acceleration. Or something to that effect. I'm sure Aradel is sitting there going, yeah, you're not getting it quite right there, buddy. It's red mage, not tricolor. Tricolor mage. Items unavailable. And damage down. Well, let's see if we need any of those things. Who am I kidding? We do need damage. The Horde is here. Oh, we're still decimating mobs on the... Oh. Aha! We put debuffs on you! What will you do now? By the way, the queue is on your left. First room on your left. Why? Do you want to play a game? I've poisoned you. The cure is on the table. What? Just like that? Yep. Slow day? Yeah. Wasn't really feeling it. But you know, the job's a job. Is Red Mage the only job that hasn't had a major rework that wasn't recently created, at least? Warrior, I would argue, hasn't received a major rework. While they said... I would say that while the rework of Dragoon wasn't nearly as much as we thought it would be, I would say that it was changed enough to say that it wouldn't qualify for not having been reworked. But like Red Mage is definitely possibly the job that has received the least amount of changes of all jobs. Like Warrior has the downside in this competition that Warrior received the tank rework with Enmity and all that. On account of not being a tank, Red Mage didn't receive that. Red Mage, the changes Red Mage has received is like the engagement thing, engagement, and the acceleration got changed. Initially, it was like a 35-second cooldown that said your next thing with a proc, so the Thunder of Arrow, is guaranteed. Then they reworked it to be a 55-second cooldown and say your next 3 spells with a proc are guaranteed. And then they reworked it to what it is now in Endwalker. Aside from that, Red Mage hasn't really gotten very much changed. Like that, it's like one of those jobs where you could say that the developers feel like they kind of nailed it. So like if you're going to compare like how much rework jobs received, Red Mage is probably like the breadwinner in having received the least changes of all jobs. And that's also true, Nox. It's pretty funny that we were told like a year in advance that they're going to rework Astrologian and Dragoon, and then Dragoon's rework was probably smaller than the Monk rework when it really comes to it. But I'm pretty sure that's not the first time that has happened. Oh, safety. Which? Oh, right, Rontome. Reaper and who else was it? Is Red Mage in a trench coat? The chest bites back. Quick, bash it with a hammer. It's the only thing that works. Take this. Viper has received more reworks than Red Mage. Yes. Oh, I didn't even realize I only had picked up 1 resolution. Hammer Stamp is so funny. Why is it a ranged attack? Exactly. I'm pretty sure I said that in my Pictomancer guide. Hammer Stamp is a ranged attack somehow. I'm pretty sure I said that, or something to that effect. Has Blue Mage gotten any changes ever? Yes. Initially, the way Blue Mage worked is that Off Guard was a debuff you apply to your target. It didn't have any cooldown. Oh yeah, by the way, 69. For 69, nice. It didn't have any cooldown, but it increased the damage that Blue Mage did to the target by 50%. Which basically meant that you were forced to always choose Off Guard. All Blue Mages had to choose Off Guard, otherwise your damage would be garbage. On top of that, the potencies of Blue Mage attacks mega sucked. Like, I'm pretty sure most of them were like 120. So when they reworked Off Guard, they gave, like, basically all of the, like, quote-unquote default attack spells that have, like, a base potency of, like, 220 on Blue Mage, they used to be, like, 120. So, yes, Blue Mage has actually received a major change. It's just that I'm pretty sure it happened reasonably early in Blue Mage's lifespan. So I imagine most players don't even know that that ever was a thing. Ah, I could have prepped that better. I could have made sure that I was on wing muse. Ah well. I'm sure we'll be fine. Come on, boy. Ow. Ow. Will we see a boss of ow survive the vulnerability barrage? No. Bye bye. Splat. Pictomancer is completely insane, Liv. Like, look at this. Oh wow, 1000 potency. You just grab a bunch of those. I think we can do one more. Yeah, that is relatable, Steven. That is also part of the reason why, when I was looking to get into like Savage, that I had prepared to play either Warrior or Viper, was because Viper is incredibly simple. So that I could focus on mechanics and not think too hard on the rotation, and it would probably be fine. Which is also the reason why I play Warrior. Do you have the Necromancer title already? No, I don't. My best solo attempt was actually on stream 2 years ago, which was a set that was started to celebrate the channel reaching 1,000 subscribers. Ow. Good thing that's current health, otherwise that would have been the saddest end to the run ever. But no, I don't have the Necromancer title already. But yeah, whether we get it in this set isn't important to me. I just thought it was something fun to do. Yep, and Liv, the thing that makes it the most weird is that these muses, they start at like 600 potency. 500 or 600, because it was too insane if they were 1000 out the box at like level 30, right? But the trait that brings them up to 1000 is level 54. So they like basically just get a trait and then the potency on some of your best attacks just double. Just straight up just double damage. Really quickly I'm getting these raisings. Boink. Purity. Who needs that? Mimics don't survive long enough to have a chance to do anything. Hey, Emily. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so far the run is going really well. Turns out Pictomancer is really, really good. We don't spend very much time fighting. We spend a lot of time walking. Just in before next walk and talk, I'm just like, yeah, right, so we'll walk around Palace of the Dead for like 30 or 40 floors and then we'll talk. What do you mean? You can't just do that? Yeah, I can. According to, I think Asmel told me earlier, Emily, that supposedly, like, overall, Pictomancer's absolutely insane at damage, but because they don't have utility buttons, like, they don't have an interrupt, they don't have a stun, they lack things that Warrior and Machinist has. Which means that Warrior and Machinist has a slight advantage in that department. But Pictomancer's damage is so absolutely bonkers that... Well, look at this, right? Like, just take... Like, I don't even need that. Oh, I can run around and one-shot things by slapping them? I can already do that. I just do this. Ah, you almost got me. Your turn. And, like, if I had strength... Notice I don't even have Pomad of strength running. Like, this is without strength. If I had strength, it would have actually killed. In lower levels, it turned out it could be a very small issue because you could end up with a mimic that you can't stop from using infatuation to give you pox, while also you can't kill it in time. But level 54, problem solved. It all depends on who it was that said it, Emily. I do recall that some of the best sources on Palace of the Dead often write their musings on these things on Reddit. So it is perfectly possible that it is true. And the thing Asmos focused on is something that was unrelated to that discovery. Damages mitigation? In a way, yes. Especially when it's this much. By the way, the reason why I'm cleaning the floors again is because I spent some Pomandans and I would like to get up to 3 on everything again. Oh, an answer. If I remember correctly, those are actually a menace the second time they appear, like after the floor 100. Yeah, that's the difficult part of getting started, Emily, is like, if you don't have friends to run it with, it's going to be rough to get your ether pool up so that you can actually do it alone. Although you can do it alone from the very beginning. It's just going to be really, really rough. The best way to deal with the mechanic is to kill the boss before it can do it. Yep. Now we're back in the damage conversation. Would you rather have slightly more damage or have a good defensive cooldown? Just depends. Do I need the defensive cooldown? Having on high ether pool farming is a lot easier and more fun than Palace of the Dead ether pool farming. I don't know. The thing is, the way I farmed my ether pool weapon, ether pool stuff, was entirely by, like, I did some Palace of the Dead, and then that 2-man run with a friend, we got, like, 90 plus, if not all the way to 99, in just that one go. So that has never been a problem for me. It was just a case of, oh, are you finished? Alright, then we just don't do silver chests anymore. There we go. I also want 3 racing. That's when it gets very, very relaxed. Is when you have a racing just hanging out, so that it's okay. Like you can die once. Wow, a Serenity to remove knockbacks. Hmm. Let's see, Caetsu 3 hours in and halfway to where Palace of the Dead gets hard. No wonder Necromancer is a rare title. Yeah, exactly. This is actually something that I've brought up before. That I'm pretty sure that a title like Necromancer would be a lot less rare if you just could start. Like, if you didn't have to go through all this, like, you could just start at, if you could collect all this, you could just, like, produce a checkpoint where you could just, like, you just had to reach floor, say, 160 once. And then you could just go back to floor 160 with full pomanders, like, and start over from there. Like, if you didn't have to go through all this prep for each attempt, I could imagine that it would be a lot more common thing. It's a lot of going through the motions. Which is also the reason why the only time that I've gotten past floor 100 alone has been on stream. Because it's exceptionally boring to me to sit alone and do it. That was a very convenient order of operations. Imagine if I'd taken a step forward and become a frog before I killed the lion. The lion even dropped exactly the pomand I would need to see the frog trap and dodge it. I feel like I'm getting trolled. My favorite streamer, Frog Guy. Titanium Wilbur says, my friend has soloed Eureka Authors and Heaven on High, and he's doing Palace of the Dead now, and the first 100 floors are such a slog. And yes, exactly. Not trolled, blessed. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. A little bit of trolling. That's a treat. Palace of the Dead feels a lot more group focused than the other two, perhaps. It is actually interesting because on the lower floors in Palace of the Dead, where like as you can see here, like, imagine if we were, like, if I had 3 more Pictomancers in my team. We'd basically just go and decimate mobs in each room. Like, if we spawn in a room with 3 paths out, we send 1 Pictomancer down each path, and then just have an extra one, just to hold the fort. And you can finish each floor in a quarter of the time. Which means not only is it easier to run 4, it's also like way faster to just get back to the interesting part. Oh, look, there you go. I had strength this time. Whiplash. I think I'm the one giving whiplash with this kind of damage. Maybe Yoshida is playing Dungeon Keeper live with you? I hasn't gotten a trap. Imagine if it was actually developers at Screenix that just sat there and like quickly put together each floor for players as they were actively playing through them. That would be really funny. And you just go, we give you a small floor just because it's funny. I could actually picture that... that's probably not the case, but I could picture that they might have just made all of these different floor configurations. That it's not actually random floors, it's actually just it chooses floors randomly. And it's just like a few guys, or girls, who knows, who just sat down and like put them together. Just, this combination, this combination, this combination, that combination. Perfect. Which would also much more, like, which could also explain why the placements of the Horde is reasonably predictable. Is because it's like, well, if it's this configuration, then it's that guy who made the floor, and he put the Pomander there, assuming it randomly rolls to spawn it, or something like that. A bunch of rooms, Palace of the Dead has amazing comedic timing. Do you want to know how it works? Yes, please. Fun fact, the floors are seeded, and if you and someone else start a run at the exact same time, you'll get the same set of floors. How often does the seed refresh? Does anyone know that? I guess the seed could just be based on what time is it now in seconds. Like, that's a classic, very easy way to get a unique seed, just like off the top. And also a relatively simple every frame. That could also be. Many years ago, when I had like a programming course at the gymnasium, it's like somewhere like Danish education, whatever, right? My exam project was a snake game. It was basically you could do whatever you wanted. There were suggestions, but I decided I wanted to make snake. And the way I handled random things, like where the apples spawn. Actually, that's the only random thing in the game I made. There's not other randomly produced things where the apples spawn. I determined, not with like I just determined like a random set of coordinates. And every second, I believe, it changed the coordinates, like just rolled random coordinates based on our seed, right? And every time it accessed the coordinates, it also rolled a new set of coordinates, so it wouldn't give the same coordinates twice. But the thing is, the longer the snake got, the less viable spaces were present, which meant that the longer you got in a set, the slower the game would run, because every time it tried to place an apple where there was already something, like an apple, if there were multiple apples, or the snake, if the snake was really long, it would refresh and try again. But if the snake was like 30% of the stage, it meant that every random roll had a 30% chance of landing on nope, try again. The relevancy of this story is more that I looked at the fact that, the seed, the random seed, it doesn't actually feel random if you don't like do something quote unquote random with it. And my initial solution was simply, well, what if I control it with time? The problem is that I didn't actually use the time, like the clock or something, to get a different seed, which meant that every time you opened the game, if you were quick enough, you could ensure that the seed was like structured, like that you got a specific result. If you were quick enough. 2 strengths. I wouldn't use frames to decide RNG in an MMO, which can have various frame rates. Exactly, that does make sense. There's also the part that I'm sure the server doesn't exactly think in frames. And I'd assume that would be the one serving you the seed, right? The titanium wool business, I'm not sure. But I do know that Flight Powman has changed the seed, so it doesn't take enemies off the next floor. It gives you a different floor with less enemies. Ha! Also, there he is! The muscly boy! We know the server works in ticks. Exactly, but that's not the same as frames, is it? I forgot to bring a Mug of the Ages. Oh, nice one, Janik. Congratulations. Oh, need to be careful with those. They burst wider than they look. Did he just walk closer to me, to Trounce? Okay. Never mind. I was sitting here thinking, alright, I have to, like, prep the burst so that I can make it. Then he starts casting Ecliptic Meteor and then he just instantly dies. I sat there thinking, oh no, I wasted my burst. I should have kept that. And then it just flattened immediately. Just... Yeah, exactly, Darth. That would also explain that. Also, hey, Cyanide. Hope you're doing well. Caetsu's palace rooms aren't being randomly built. It's a big map that gets doors or walls generated. When you say big map, what's the longest hallway you can find in Palace of the Dead? Like 5 rooms? 4 or 5 rooms. Like in a line. I think we could do one last set. One more. Because if it is like 5, exactly, then then like if it's 5 long or 4 long for that matter, then like it would be very likely that it's just one 4x4, right? Yeah, that's also true. There are the Giga rooms in Heaven on High. Again, Weaver, we just got to floor 81, and I put Behemoth to shame. He was like, I'm going to cast Ecliptic Media Blast. I just bonked him. Use my super move. Did you just shoot a fireball through the wall, mister? You know what that means? It means you get water and blood. Yeah, it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, really, that Pictomancer is insanely effective in something like Palace of the Dead. Like, oh yes, a duty where you fight something for like 10 seconds and then you run. I wonder if that would be easy for a job who can basically reload a gun when they're not in combat. Yes, Zelly. That is actually something that mildly annoys me too. It would have worked a lot better if they had just put the heart button up in the top instead, I feel. Because then, like, you would have had a chance to read the text that it would have been blocking. I would even settle for they could have put it on the left. Then it would have just have blocked off the profile picture instead. That would have been better. And that was kind of 5x5 with rooms. Well, there you go. Yeah, exactly, Yannick. I think that was also what we were, like Asmo said earlier, was that that while Pictomancer is really, really, really strong, that's all it has. Like, it is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Warrior and Machinist have better defensive cooldowns and utility. Like, things that actually stop enemies from doing stuff. Like, the instant you reach a floor where Pictomancer can't just, like, ruffle stomp a mimic, like, the moment that is no longer in the cards, Pictomancer basically gets pox every time they meet a mimic. But you have Tempera. You have the regular one, Sally. You just don't have the AoE one. Just kill it before it casts Pox 2-head. Yeah, that's the plan. That's actually the reason why. The reason why I'm not using Striking Muse very much is because every time I see a Mimic, I just bring out the Hammer of Justice and just bash them. And I clearly don't need it. Yeah, sorry about that, Silly. What I meant by good defensive is like... Does Machinist have Tactician in Palace of the Dead? I don't think they have Dismantle. Uh-oh. They've grown stronger. They can survive the bonk. But then it means that Machinist has... They have they have Tactician. They have an Interrupt. They have a Slow. They have a Bind. Like, questionable how useful that is. Because I imagine a lot of mobs will just go, Lomal, don't care. And then they also have more mobility, right? They have a lot going for them that, like, Pictomancers just have, well, I can disintegrate a mob. But that's the key, is that that stops working at some point. Hey, Emir. Hope you're doing well. So, like, that's kind of the thing, is that Machinist has this super mega utility belt and less bursty damage than Pictomancer. But Pictomancer basically just went like, alright, what would you like in your toolkit? Would you like damage or an interrupt? Damage, please. Okay. Would you like a damage reduction defensive cooldown? Or damage? Damage, please. Would you like some mobility? Or, like, damage? Damage with, like, a side of movement. And then they got smudge. You're gonna do a funny? What's a funny? Exactly the square hole. Precisely. What would you like? I would like some damage, please. Are you sure you don't want anything else? No, I just want damage. And then, like, at around level 80 or something, they go, actually, I could do with a defensive cooldown. Wow! Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you so much. The floor does seem to be slippery, yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. That's true, you got Obama. Da-da. Thank you so much, Emir. Smudge too much. Sorry, I dropped the paint bucket. What? 2 steals on the same floor. Did you also get Gasel? No one is safe. Yeah, when you bring out the 20 shotgun, it's very hard to dodge. You also got Viek, yeah. What a steal! I would have preferred it if it was a strength, though. Emir uses gratuity. They have finished the Allied Society quest. Yeah. That sounds about right. Thank you so much, Emir. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much. Gratuity is an emote you get from one of the Allied Societies where you, like, throw money. It's this. Instead, you're throwing memberships. Hey, Jake. Welcome back. And yet it was Emir. Well, Emir, you did finish the Allied Society known as a community, at the very least. A very, very high reputation rank there. Actually, it's called Beast Tribe. It was. Old news. That's fine, Emir. It's close enough. Ah! Beast Tribes were a better name. I would say Beast Tribes sounds cooler than Allied Societies. Another steal. And I would say tribal quests, which was what they moved to second, was easier than allied society quest. I am a little... I do think it's weird that they went further, but okay. This says a lot about society. These tribes kind of stopped fitting once we got to the dwarves. Does it? I guess? Finally, a strength! I dug through... Whoa, boy. Ah! I can miss on this floor. Getting ganked by a Chimera. But which one sounds good with Japanese English? Oh, nice, Liv. Well, yeah, exactly, Emir. Isn't that a high rank? Now I'm confused. What's the max rank? I don't know. I don't have a list. Wow! This floor's getting amazing real estate out of this blind. I think I missed like 8 times. Well, in my defense, Emir, have you seen most societies' reputation ranks? They're almost always the same. It's almost like they just go, "Hey, can I copy your homework?" Erdal Tazibia has their own rank just for them. Definitely. Serenity. I could have used you on the last floor. Where's this song from? Does anyone remember? It's from Tekken? What? Is this off? It could be off. I just killed you. How are you back? Is this also Fractal Continuum? We've reached the point where some mobs require 2 blasts. My god. There's more. No. Motif is used during Shinryu. Oh yeah, the is Asus La. So it's something with Asus La, so it could be Fractal Continuum. I sometimes do that, like do exactly that. And part of the reason why I don't is simply that the instant that I have 3 of everything, I feel way more compelled to just ignore all mobs and just rush to the next floor. It's a very minor like thing when it really comes to it, and you could I could get way more value, but it's just you know. There's also the argument you could say, well, you're already opening everything anyway, and you're right. It's because I'm not as smart as you'd think. Good luck, Jake. Oh, right. Last floor. I should make sure, or at least try my best, to make sure that when we're about to exit this floor, we have Winged Muse ready and Mark of the Ages. You're not going for 100? I think I'll like you know how I say I usually go for 3 hours. We're already almost at 4. And even if I did go for 100, there's a very high chance that next set I wouldn't make it to 200 because the next set would take way longer. So I'm just more inclined to focus on getting some part, and then we can do like get further next time. Because I'm not aiming for the full 100 specifically tonight necessarily. We might do one more set. See what let's see how long it takes me to get this bit done. Just so that we can reach the nice round 100. Oh, right. The exit. Well, I made the mistake of using my blasts a lot. So I need to hang out to blast this guy to prepare. But it is simply that right now we're rushing through the floor somewhat quickly because most enemies that you can see are just dead. But as we get further and further... What should we talk about? WoW? I think I mentioned one thing. But as soon as we reach the point where, like, even regular small mobs don't, like, just fall over from one attack and a blast, it'll vastly increase the time we spend fighting. Oh, right, this guy. Actually, it's not a guy. Ah, yes, this guy who's not even a guy. There's a mechanical thing in this fight that makes me want to do this, just so that I don't die to being silly. I don't think I even needed to do that, but just the ultimate victory here. We even did the mechanic right. Splat. Seeing bosses with vuln stacks feel wrong somehow. It's even weirder because... Have you ever noticed that Mug's debuff is basically a physical vuln? I'm pretty sure. Unless they changed it in Dawntrail, Mug's debuff, like the damage increase, is just a physical vuln. Or something like that. It's the spiky one. And then when you get Dokomori, they change the icon to... well, Dokomori, right? Makes sense. You aren't sure? Let's aim for the full 100. It is really weird that, like, yeah, exactly. Dokomori is just the Dokomori icon, whereas Mug is not the Mug icon for some reason. It's a palace swarm. That's also a palace swarm. Hey, Baron. Hope you're doing well. Just 10 more floors. That's how they get you. Oh, this time it's about reaching a nice 100. This is Fractal Continuum. Yeah, that's true. Next, you'll be in Eureka Authors for 4 hours. I have actually been there. My first actual run-in with Twister was on Eureka Authors, and I learned the mechanic on, like, by virtue of, well, I was in a 4-man group and everyone died to Twister, and we spent all of our racing pomanders. So ultimately, I was the last man standing, and given I couldn't res anyone because every time I died, the boss basically got pulled, and I didn't have Phoenix Downs to spare. I ended up soloing the fight. Oh boy. Oh wow. Thank you so much for 10 more gifted memberships, Emir. Wow. Thank you so much. You just paid for your rent for the month. Surely you can stream to floor 200. I wish my rent was that low, but I still very much appreciate the support. That's amazing, Emir. Thank you so much. And also Steve, yeah. You also got Steve. You Tay. You also got Game End. And Banri. And Kokochu. Wait, let me just not run into mobs because I'm reading. We learned from from the grand slippery floor incident a while back that hey Astravi, hope you're doing well. And yeah, Ymir gifted memberships. Enjoy. Thank you, Liv. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's always kind of funny when there's gifted memberships. It's weird that you can, like, it's kind of weird that you can gift memberships while not having a membership yourself. Could you hit yourself with a gifted membership if you don't have one? I wonder. Now is it 200 floors? Look, I think a lot of you would miss the entire set if it was the full 200 floors. It would take all night. "24-hour stream when?" I don't know. One day maybe. That would also just it would never be a 24-hour stream on YouTube. It might be 11 hours and 59 minutes and 11 hours and 59 minutes. Because otherwise the mod isn't saved. Compromise on 150. But yeah, that's the weird part on YouTube, is that it only saves the VOD if the stream is under 12 hours. Which was actually something we ran into as a minor issue doing the I believe the Dawntrail MSQ streams. Trying to turn this into a subathon to get to 200 floors. That would be strange. Did you know that Nibeth Optilord from Floor 100 is a collab from Tactics Ogre? Let us cling together. I don't think that's a useless fact, though. That is what we call a fun fact. A wraith. Hey Roskine, hope you're doing well. I'd be like, I would like to go to bed at a reasonable hour. Stream chat says no. Yep, that sounds about right. Well, what I can say is if Palace of the Dead streams are this ridiculous, then I should do them more. And I should have started earlier. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Bronto. Thank you so much. Yeah, holy membership. If there's a subathon, there must be a Bob Ross reference in here somewhere. What? What games are they going to start referencing in the MSQ when they run out of Final Fantasies? Well, Tactics Ogre, as you can see. Surprise! And yeah, by the time they run out of other Final Fantasies to reference, they'll just go, haha, look, it's an A Realm Reborn reference. Yeah, I guess you're right on that, Yannick. The thing is, can members get gifted memberships as well when there are only members left? What happens, Ogni, is if YouTube runs out of people to give them memberships to, is it'll refund them. But the thing is, I'm pretty sure that what qualifies you to get a membership from a stream like this is, well, of course you have to have enabled it, and you have to be not a brand account, as we discovered. And then you have to have basically, I think you have to have tuned into the stream. I think you can even receive a gift if you've never watched a stream, but you have watched the channel. I'm pretty sure I heard someone once when I made like a member-specific community post. Someone went, "What? But I don't even watch the streams," or something like that. Like someone who had just watched a few videos then got sniped. The brand account rule is kind of silly, yeah. When will the Kingdom Hearts references come? That would be surprising, Rythian. I feel like I remember having heard something about part of the reason why they're unlikely to come a Kingdom Hearts collab is because Disney. You know, like it's not anything necessarily bad about them, but more that Disney might not be very flexible on this whole thing. Like, if I remember correctly, Smash Brothers, the reason why Sora was like, I think the last character they added was because that's how long it took to get something, to agree on something with Disney. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Ogni. Wow. It's an avalanche. Sally, have you checked if your account is a brand account? We need the wet floor sign again. Yeah. Looking all over at the moment. You can tell without having to look all over whether your account is a brand account if... Do you have multiple accounts on your email? Like, do you have... Like, a lot of people, when they made... when they made Google Plus and then required that everyone had to use their real name on their main accounts, a lot of people made brand accounts, because there you could name it whatever you wanted. And they just added, like, they just made that. And if you haven't checked on that, that could be. It could also be a country restriction. That's true. That is also an option. You also need to check the box, but I'm pretty sure it's turned on by default. The place the box is if you click the become member button or whatever it's called, then it opens like a menu showing what it is that you get, and then up in the top right there's the 3 dots. You click that and then it should show options, I'm pretty sure. But if it isn't there, then it's a brand account and you can't toggle it. Also, thank you for the 5 months, Ham. Thanks so much. Attention, the floor's wet. Only walk here if you have memberships to gift. See, Silverman says, I'm late because I was in a dungeon, but Smash Bros. Had to scrub away every single Disney reference from Sora in order to put him in the game. The only difference Disney reference is the Mickey-shaped keychain. Wow. So that would also basically mean that if anything with Kingdom Hearts ever got referenced in Final Fantasy XIV, they would basically have to sit there removing everything. By the way, this room had both a safety and a sight. How do I change that? If your account is a brand account, then there's nothing you can do. You likely have a different account name associated with the email. The main name, I'm pretty sure, isn't a brand account. But if you have, if an account is already a brand account, it can't become not a brand account, I'm pretty sure. Not 100% sure, pretty sure. The main account can't be gifted either. My main account can, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I have been gifted one, but I'm pretty sure I checked it on my main account. Yeah, shocker. This isn't my main account. I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing Delane it like they might have other settings on theirs. It wouldn't surprise me if your main account can become brand account by just setting it. I'm not sure why I'm clearing this room. I think there's something to do with the Cursed Horde. Hey, it's Sora and his two faithful companions, Disgruntled Vanu Vanu and Kooky Lupin. And they just put like a little blue hat on the Vanu Vanu. Next you'll tell me Chaiji isn't your real name. Well, put Aqua in the game, I don't care what it takes. But didn't Aqua got Norded or something? That's a Pro ZD reference. Aqua got Norded! Needs to be a Hano Hano. Because American? Oh yeah. What do we do about the Lupin then? Welcome back, Zelda. We're closing in on floor 100. And also the floor's slippery, apparently. Turns out. All the water and blue I've been tossing around. Ow. A Kingdom Hearts Alliance raid would be sick. I'm sure it would. That's the thing, is that when I'm saying it would probably be extremely hard to get a Kingdom Hearts collab to work, that's not me going, yeah, you would never get it because I don't want it. I'm not particularly like into Kingdom Hearts. but it would probably be really cool. And before that, Lupin is just that one Mandeville guy. There! Where's the dragon? Crispy frog. Yeah, I almost got sniped there. I'm guessing the dragon is in the other room. There you are. Yep, well, it didn't actually shoot a fireball. It just summoned spikes, apparently. How do we explain that the dragon can shoot fire through the wall? It doesn't shoot fire. Ah. About those gravekeepers, there's a golden rule for their 191 version. Don't anger the punch wizards. It's quite funny. If you let them fight you for a bit, I believe they shoot like almost like a holy ray of light at you. It looks incredibly dangerous, but on these floors, it just kind of just goes. The Holy Ray is only in party? Oh, they don't use it because it's a DPS loss to use AoE on single target. They should teach the Dawntrail dungeon bosses a thing or two. Actually, they should teach bosses in general. How do you deal with a soloing warrior? Well, first off, stop using your AoE on single target. A ranged version of Unleash? What is Unleash? Oh, right. Dark Knight AoE. The fact you were like ranged version was made me go completely off track. Like, what? Ranged version? This is a little scary. I can't use potions because items aren't disabled. I could use Serenity, but I don't think it's needed. Yeah, exactly, Sally. That's often the problem, is that you would have like that account that is eligible is one you've probably not interacted with in years. So, like, just a random example, YouTube recommended would be like extremely outdated. YouTube would basically have no idea what to say, like what to say to you, because it hasn't seen you in 5+ years. Like that account anyway. And you would have to resub to everything, and if you have like playlists or what have you, then you'd have to like do those again. It would be quite a lot. That's usually why people just go, oh, when they realize they have a brand account. And unfortunately, I can't do anything, and I don't think you can do anything for the account you already have. I don't know why they made it like that. It's a little weird. If I remember correctly, resolution can be used to delete the corpses from the ads. Now, the question is whether that is even relevant. If I remember correctly, last time I did this, I got incredibly underwhelmed by how much damage resolution does to this guy. So I think we're just going to go with Lust. If you kill them with resolution, they die for good. Well, that's good to know. Oh, I thought that would leave an area. That's awkward. I could probably had AoE'd that a lot better. I'm pretty sure I killed that guy. It took a while for him to disappear. A little weirdly late for this, but no reason to hold that one. The funny thing is, every time my health drops low like this, it's because I'm like, well, I already used a sustaining potion. I don't need to use another one, right? And then it's like 30 years since I used one. It's just like, well, I used one. Surely you can't demand of me to use multiple. Oh, the thing is, because that Pictomancer has very good burst. That alone makes it a lot stronger than a lot of other jobs. It's really silly that. I figured out the problem with the ads, guys. I just burst them down. Like, the weakness of Pictomancer is that it doesn't have interrupts and stuns. But for the most part, it makes up for it with a lot of damage. Like, as I said before, Pictomancer at level 60 is the guy that were, like, every time they were asked what they wanted for their toolkit, they just said, can I have more damage? And then randomly at level 20, they were like, can I have some mobility? And then they get, like, one of the best mobility tools in the game. And then they just go back to, can I have damage? Can I have back damage? Can I have burst damage? Can I have damage? Can I have burst damage? But yeah, 100 floors. I'm pretty sure it actually kicks us all the way. Yeah, there's a score then. Ah, man, I didn't get 666. Ah. That would have been nice. I have too many max potions. Yeah, basically, Pictomancer has such a ludicrous amount of damage that it would have been the best if it had, like, an interrupt or something, I would say. Like, it almost was there. But it does have this funny thing that, as some of you may have noticed there, is that on the last few floors, we started to have enemies that actually could fight me. Like, most of the fights, all the way from floor 1 to 100, were me just going, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Just instantly decimating them. With no real chance of response from the enemy. But then, like, around 80 to 90, enemies started being able to survive hits, and the dragons, they just take it and then go, you know what, I could probably still hit you back. Picto exists to make it clear that physical range tax is just because Joshi P hates the roll. Oof. That's mean. I've used all those potions then. That's the weird part, is that if you actually run Palace of the Dead, like once you reach the point where they give you max potions, if you actively run around and grab bronze chests, you will probably have a hard time working your way through those max potions unless you just spam them on cooldown for no reason. What do we get, by the way? And... wow. What do we get for the iron ones? Yeah, this was what I was expecting. That looks pretty nice. That looks pretty nice. Oh, it has 2 die channels. Wow. Yeah, I could imagine that, Yannick. The reason why it is like this happens with max potions is because on the first few floors, you find potions. Then a few floors later, you start finding high potions. Then some floors later, you start finding mega potions. Then you start finding X potions. And then, when you reach a certain floor, you find max potions. And, given you can see how many max potions I have now, you can probably assume that the vast majority of the floors give max potions. I'm using super potions inside anyway. Yeah. And that's the thing, really, is that, well, it's hard to say. It depends on how much HP you have. Because super potions heal for a little less percentage. So you need like 14k HP for super potions to... Well, not necessarily. Like, you need a certain amount for 25% to be better. You need more than 10k HP. Let me see. Super potions start to overtake max potions at 9,600 HP. Because super potions only restore 25%, while max restores 30%. There's a 1,200 points difference, but because you drop 5% in actual HP healing, it means that, like, it goes both ways a bit. The reason why I was using X potions is because cooldown difference. The cooldown difference means that if you're spamming them on cooldown, X potions are ahead of max potions until you have nearly 7,000 HP. If a tank has like, if you're tanking and you have like around 10k, then yeah, super potions are better. So Aviak, I'm pretty sure the requirement, as we've talked about previously, is that you have clicked on a stream almost. I don't even know if that's a requirement. Tanks get like 3.3k from super pots. Well, it depends on how much HP you would have as a tank at level 60 in Palace of the Dead. To get 3.3k out of the super pots, you would need to have 12k HP. Actually 13k for 3.3k. Exactly, Viek. And also, I hope you're doing very well, Viek. Brontum says, I wish potions were more useful in-game. I feel like it would have been nice if potions that did various things would be more useful in-game. But it's a lot easier to dream up that scenario than come up with situations where that would actually be helpful. By which I mean, there are various like medicines you can use in the game, but the thing is, either they're insanely busted and everyone will be using them, or they're too weak for the most part. And you might say, how is it possible there's no middle ground? Well, the middle ground is like, basically, there's this small sliver of the bar of potential where it's basically pointless. And then the moment it starts being viable, then it is busted. Because if it is viable, then, you know, optimization, that means you're using it. Of course. Every time. Of course you're using it, because it's optimal, because it's viable. Wouldn't it be hilarious if instead of, like, damage boosting burst potions, like gem drafts, in, like, a level 100 savage raid, people just brought out poison potions? Wouldn't that be hilarious? Like, just one time, they accidentally buff the poison potions. A doom removing potion. And speaking of which, I've talked about this before, but I'm like, you know, there's echo drops that remove silence, which just means that you step on a pacify trap in Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High or Eureka Authors, and the mages just go, ha, and then just echo drop and continue on with their day. And you look at that and go, well, surely there must be one for pacify, right? Nope. Echo drops are, of course, from A Realm Reborn. And in A Realm Reborn, warriors, when they used Berserk, they basically did like 50% more damage for 20 seconds instead of what Berserk does now. And when it ended, so after the 20 seconds, the warrior got pacified for 5 seconds. With the obvious solution being, well, the warrior can't do anything for 5 seconds then. Or you have a healer remove it. But if there was a pacify removal potion, you can probably already picture why that would be a problem. It would just mean, well, warriors basically just have this downside where they have to always carry around pacify removal potions. Like, it would be like, oh yeah, well, obviously the archer class has to carry around arrows, or something like that. It's just, well, it makes your job a million times better. Did Bart not have the Ashuna thing back then? No. In Heaven's Ward, at level 58, Warden's Paean was learned. And initially, the way Warden's Paean worked, apparently it turns out, is it had a 3-second cast time, no cooldown, but it only applied like the intercepting effect. So if you had the buff, which was 30 seconds, and received a debuff that could be removed with the Shuna, then it would remove it. But if you already had a debuff and the bard then tried to fix it, tough. But you could spam it if you wanted. You didn't, because 3 seconds and it was a GCD, right? Bad. Then, in, I believe it was 3.2, like this is something that I read, right? Patch notes. They changed it so that songs only had a 1.5 second cast time, just in general. And then they made Warden's Paean, I believe, instant, and OGCD, and have the cooldown that it has. And also made it so that it can remove a debuff that is already there, if there is one already there. But yeah, basically, a bard could use Warden's Paean on the pre-pull, on the warrior, and then the warrior could use Berserk. And then when the Berserk turned into a Pacify, bloop, gone. Easy mode. No problem. And then later in the fight, like when the warrior's like, well, my Berserk is coming up, then the question is, will a healer use a Shuna? Or will you use the like the AoE Shuna from Celine on the Scholar? Or will you have the Bard do it? Preemptively. Or later when they made it then in like an OGCD, just the Bard can just do it. Weird. But yeah, if pacify removal potions had existed back then it would have just meant that Warriors Berserk giving pacify would be kinda meaningless, right? Like, you just buy a stack of those, and now the problem is gone forever. Basically existed just to synergize with Warrior back when they tried to create more interesting synergies than just damage buffs? I guess so. But it is difficult to make more interesting synergies that also matter. Now Warriors trading strength pot for a pacify remove pot? They would only do that in a situation where no one else can help them. But yeah, that's the thing, is that a lot of the ideas in older Final Fantasy XIV clearly show that there was something there, but a lot of it sort of has been abstracted out. And yes, Bitsfox, Celine had AoE Ishuna. But just important note, Bitsfox, originally Eos had Whispering Dawn and 2 different spells that were the 2 effects that combined to make Fey Illumination. So Eos had both of these things. You can probably imagine Celine did not have that. Selene instead had a haste buff, like 3%, like a fifth of a ley lines, right? An interrupt, well, a 1 second silence, and AoE Ishuna, which meant that if you needed healing, Eos was the place. If you didn't, then Selene was the place. Like, Selene was like the utility tool belt, in a way. But it just came with the fact that it didn't have things like Whispering Dawn, which I guess could become a problem. Especially if we think about it in A Realm Reborn, because in A Realm Reborn you didn't have Indomitability. You didn't have emergency tactics. Scholar sort of had stances. Not really, because Crazy Dialga summons in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward and Stormblood took like 8 seconds to cast. So you weren't going to switch. It was like, which one am I using for this fight? Also, it sucked to die because you had to summon them. And healers in general had stances because cleric stance. Back in the day, healers had to basically Yu-Gi-Oh style switch to attack mode to actually do damage. Cleric stance, if I remember correctly, basically made it so that your healing magic potency, like the vast majority of it, got put over in attack magic potency and important wording put over in, which meant, swap mind and int, basically meaning that when you switched to cleric stance, your heals sucked, but now you did damage. And then there was the detail that Lust Rate, I believe it healed for 30% of the target's max HP, and because it's a percentage, it didn't matter that your mind was in the dumpster. Tanks also stands... Well, that's the thing, Satsuma Bimo. Tanks didn't stance. For the majority of the time frame where tank and damage stances existed, you kind of just figured out how to stay, like, whether you had to, like, whether you could stay in damage stance. Like, that's the thing, is that you had the ability to switch stance, but either your group knew how to manage their enmity, in which case you didn't have to use tank stance, or they didn't know how to manage their enmity, in which case you had to use tank stance because of the enmity multiplier. Which meant that enmity management was more of a rest of the group problem a lot of the time. Supposedly, I've been told. Or you had a ninja and enmity was whatever, exactly. Again, then you would just go damage stance. Like, tank and damage stances... Exactly, Satsuma Bimo, it was something like that. But tank stances were basically... I think I've talked about this multiple times, but the long story short is that the biggest problem, in my opinion, with tank and damage stances for tanks was that the tank stance felt almost like the noob punishment. Oh, you can't hold aggro. Just with a big parenthesis saying because you don't know how to and your group does not know how to. Like, it could be a combination. Don't care. So you have to use tank stance. Which means that Paladin doesn't get big meaty mega auto attacks that hit like small trains or at least normal weapon skills. Dark Knight doesn't get to use Blood Weapon, which, by the way, was basically 20% haste on top of generating MP like crazy. And Warriors didn't get to use Fell Cleave. Your group can't manage their enmity. That means you don't get to use the funny button. That's not fun. So that's not super well designed, I would say. And exactly, Zelly, that is exactly also the problem, is that ultimately it boiled down to that. Do you trust the group or not? Really silly. Which is why all of these things, where you look back into the past of Final Fantasy XIV, you go, why did they remove that? Why did they remove this? Why did they remove all these things? And a lot of the time, the answer is, the idea's good, but it didn't work out like that. Like, it straight up just didn't work out like that. Another example that I've noticed recently is combos. And Perrin says that it at least had some charm. This may not be the best way to play a class, but my way to play the class. And that's true. By giving you the option to choose, it gave you the ability to choose wrong. Quote unquote, like wrong optimization-wise. But it might be right for you, right? And a lot of the optimization in Final Fantasy XIV has been removing the things that quote unquote are wrong choices. But yeah, the combo system is one that I noticed recently. I can't remember who it was. Someone shared a clip of Nail Vandanas from 1.0, like that legendary fight where you have to like do the arena changes, you have to run up things and stuff. Very cool that people often bring up. I noticed from the POV of a Dragoon that the tooltips for the actions were a lot more interesting in a specific way. I saw a tooltip that said Chaos Thrust did damage. I think it might apply to dot, have applied a dot. But the combo, they then showed, you know, combo action, like which action you had to combo to get the bonus. And the combo bonus was increased crit rate. But what it showed was the exact potency it was going to do, and everything else. And then there was a combo bonus, or rather a combo action, and then the bonus was just increased crit rate, which means that the attack would do its full damage anyway, but if you did this other thing first, then it had slightly higher chance to crit. The interesting thing about that is, imagine if you could just click Chaos Thrust or Chaotic Spring, boom, dot is applied. Just skip this. But then it has slightly lower crit chance or something. But the thing is, that sounds really cool in concept, but we can all probably already see that after enough time, people would realize either that crit rate is worth it, or it isn't. And if it is worth it, then you will always use Chaos Thrust in combo. And if it isn't worth it, then you will never use it in combo. This was in 1.0, by the way. Indeed, Lance Charge used to have have a different name and made you take more damage as well, and was a cross-class action back in... I believe this was... Well, it was in 2.0 and 3.0, but in Stormblood, when cross-class actions were removed, Dragoon still had blood for blood. But yes, the reason why I'm saying this thing with the combo actions is that basically, as I said, either players would figure out that it is always worth it to use this combo action in combo, or it isn't worth it. And if it is worth it, they will always do it. If it's not worth it, they'll never do it. Once they've figured it out. Right? Once they've figured it out. Which means then A Realm Reborn comes around, and in A Realm Reborn, your attacks do garbage damage if used out of combo, but if in combo, they do what they're supposed to. Like, not only do they do the damage they're supposed to, but any side effects are applied, which means that they basically went... We remove the option to elect to do it out of combo. We will make the out of combo option suck so bad that you will never choose it. Which kind of in a weird way kind of defeats the purpose of combos in the first place somehow. Like, not entirely. There is something to the rhythm of combat where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, how many steps the specific job has, and each step does something specific. Like, suggesting that the combos are meaningless because of this is maybe exaggerating, because it's not like it would be the same if True Thrust just had an effect where if you use this 3 times in a row, then it applies a dot. That's not the same. But it does have this effect of, it was a lot more interesting. But then someone looked at it and went, we can optimize this. And then the flexibility of the system died. And that's actually also what happened with tank stances. We can optimize this. The optimization is, don't use tank stance. Just use the damage stance. Healers get a damage stance. We can optimize this. Optimally, one of the healers basically just hang out in damage stance as much as possible. While the other one maybe switches in and out. I don't know exactly how that went. But yes. These kind of things get optimized to a point where it kind of loses its flexibility and the interesting aspect of it kind of dies. And at that point, it makes better sense to just remove it instead of just having it awkwardly there. That's Mabimo says players optimize the fun out of everything. The only real counter is to design encounters to basically have an ideal setup. Kind of. The best you can do as a developer to counterbalance this like tendency to optimize the fun out of everything is to design it so that you know what is optimal. And if you know what is optimal, then you might be able to design the optimal solution to be fun. Exactly like a pre-optimized fight in a way. Like, if you can make sure that you know exactly, like if a developer designs a job and they design it going, this is exactly the best way to play it. There is no way around it. There's only this one rotation. There's no loopholes to get around that. This is how you play it. And this is fun, subjectively. Then there's a reasonable chance that the players will play that way and enjoy it. But that also removes all flexibility, because by guaranteeing that this is optimal, you've basically also removed all avenues for free thinking. Right? Also, hey kids and FFXIV, hope you're doing well. So Dawntrail Black Mage, you know what? You're not entirely off. There is still some, I would even say a lot of flexibility in Black Mage, but you're kind of on the right track where they kind of like boxed it in quite a lot. Not from Earth says those players are the reason why Scholar's not allowed to Aetherflow outside of battle or start with its stacks. Something like that. The players that optimize excessively are also the reason why Warrior can't use Infuriate while not in combat. They used to. You're just describing Viper? Yes, I am. Exactly, Brontome. There is, like, basically only one opener for Viper. There isn't very much flexibility in it. There is a little bit of flexibility, but it's basically down to Uncoiled Fury. The reason why you can't use resource generating buttons out of combat is because if you could, then pull timers would be 2 minutes long. Can you imagine Paladin now if combos didn't matter? Divine Might average easily, that would be pretty silly. Alright, Emia, enjoy your evening. Parent says optimization is going to happen regardless. There's always going to be the best something. The counter to it is making different choices for the player that are viable, but it opens up scope creep. In the same way that more choices make it harder for optimization to happen on the player end, it also makes it harder for the balancing team to balance. Indeed. Indeed. Satsuma Bimo says, else design multiple routes, but make it so certain encounters punish some variation but not others, such as one fight tank stance must be used and another where it must not be used, but this would be needlessly punishing. Indeed, and also Satsuma Bimo, if you did that, then you run into the exact same problem that as the designer, you're not giving the players the option to choose, you just go, in this fight you have to do it like this. And then the players go, okay. Like, this is the kind of problem with, like, I think yesterday we talked on the Discord server about how Isuna should be more, like, applicable in encounters. And the thing is, Isuna is exactly one of those incredibly boring buttons. Because if you make an encounter where Isuna is good, that doesn't mean that Isuna is good, it means that Isuna is mandatory. How do you make it so that people use Isuna on an encounter where Isuna can be used? You put Doom on people and say Isuna removes it. Boom, now you have to use it. That doesn't give you the flexibility to choose, you just have to. Alternatively, you can make it so that it slows GCD. You have to use Isuna for that. The Odin does that. Again, it has the effect of there will be a correct answer. Like, there will be a correct answer. So you'll just do that. Can't Astrologian utilize like a 1 minute countdown timer for one of its cooldowns already? Which cooldown? Which cooldown would that be? I mean, technically, they could like use a 30-second cooldown, like set up horoscope or something. Or, well, not a 30-second cooldown, but a 30-second pre-pull timer, but I don't think it would help much. Draw can be used outside of battle. Now, here's the thing. Let me show you. I don't even have to say anything. Look at this. Look at my cards. Look at my cards. Right? Look at my cards. Look at this and look at my cards. Look at my cards. And look at draw. This is how you respawn after a wipe. So you could spend a minute if you're like, well, actually, I want to start like this instead. Like, you can choose to do that, but that takes 55 seconds. Is this better? Is this better? I don't know if it's better. What I'm seeing is that this set of cards they hand you initially is a healing boost and a barrier. I don't think it's better, but that won't stop people. Fair enough, Sally. The reason why I did this demonstration is because some players that say, I'm pretty sure that Astrologian has a 1 minute pull timer thing, don't actually realize that when you zone into a duty, you get that specific set of cards. Some of them believe you don't get a set of cards, and some believe that you don't get that set of cards. So that's why I demonstrated it. Alex says, I think the problem is internet and guide making. It could be fun finding the best route for engagement, but you could just find the answer in a guide. I don't know if it's necessarily guide making, but in general, the internet and information being so easily available makes it very hard to make an answer hard to find. Indeed, Sally. But yeah, basically, even just 10 years ago, and actually quite shocking to think about, is that 10 years ago, finding the optimal things in Final Fantasy XIV was a lot harder than it is now. Like, I'm pretty sure that when Heavensward launched, you didn't have a Discord server. First of all, you wouldn't have a Discord server. You wouldn't have a forum where they just posted before the release what the optimal rotation at level 60 is for every job, just based on calculations. I don't think you had that. You might have an idea if you've seen, like, early footage of something. But nowadays, it's like, before a game launches, the answers are found. And also that's Satsuma is that in an RPG, and just emphasis RPG, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? You can just goof around and use a really stupid build and do whatever you want. But in an MMO, doing the really stupid build is something that is tolerated to an extent until it isn't. Like, this is like the issue of, you see a sprout, they're spamming cure, they're scared of attacking. That's okay, they're probably new to healing. Later, maybe a long time later, you meet them again, but now they don't have a sprout icon. They're spamming cure 2. That's better. But this is a level 91 dungeon. But they were a sprout before, and no one had a problem with them playing like that before. Now it's a problem because they're not new anymore, or what is it? It depends on who you ask how long they'll put up with it. But that is, like, that's the deal, is that with a single player game, or a game where everyone you could potentially end up playing with are players you have actively chosen to opt into playing with, you don't care if they're bad. Because if you actually cared that they are bad, you would not play with them. You could just choose to not play with them. They're probably your friends. You either don't mind at all. Sorry. You probably either don't mind at all, or you'll tell them. Can you stop doing that? Can you stop using? Can you stop using the artillery thing on the heavy bowgun when I'm in melee range? Because it knocks me down all the time and I can't attack with my longsword. Sure, but can you then stop swinging around next to me? Because I can't shoot while you're swinging your longsword around next to me. That's Monster Hunter. But in an MMO, you're likely to get matched up with randos. And I'll say, like, the thing is, I've gotten a lot better myself at just not caring if someone is not super great. A lot better. But I have certainly also had that, and you've seen this in some of my mentor-led videos where I'm like, stop spamming cure! Use stone or something! Like, I've been there. I've done that. But like, it's not that bad. That's why the 1 point of flinch free is gemmed in. Yeah, exactly. In what is it, in Rise, they made a level 1 decoration that basically is exactly the reason you grab 1 point of flinch free. See, Sally says people get very uppity about minor DPS losses in this game too. I'm running my Picta at 245 GCD and have had many people questioning my choices to do that, despite the DPS loss being so small. How do they notice? How is your GCD 2.45? Is it like they inspect you and then it's just, oops, all spell speed materia? Like, how is it they notice? Like, often I feel if you're not outright savage raiding, you're likely to just be served a specific GCD, and then it's just suck it. If you don't like it, too bad. I'm running the tome chest piece when base is raid. Oh. Is it other mages that are asking you? Because it seems so specific that I feel like I've written down like a set that I'm collecting, right? For different roles. But ultimately, if I if I examine your gear, and like because I'm savage raiding as tank, unless I'm actually on my warrior and I'm like, what's wrong with your gear? Like something absolutely horrendously wrong. Like I can't figure out what's the problem. I inspect you and then I might do this, like examine you on the one end and then mine on the other and go like, well, your gear is different from mine. Why is that? But wow. I'm pretty sure that 245 for some players, like if you have a bad enough latency, it might actually be necessary to perform your burst properly as Pictomancer, given how tight it is normally. So like sometimes people get too like lost in the sauce on this particular aspect. Monk hits 194. But yeah, like that's the thing, is that people can get a lot of, like, very focused on that. The thing is, if I'm examining someone, there's a much higher chance that if I examine someone, I'm not just going to examine some rando here, but like if I examine someone and check their gear, there's a better chance that I'll go, by the way, you forgot materia in this gear piece, if the rest of your gear has materia. Or like if one of your gear pieces has a really bad materia in it, I might be like, you do know you have piety on a cast item, right? But I mean, I have all of you. And sometimes you do that stuff specifically to mess with me. I have had someone roll up to me and be like, hey, examine me. And they're a Dark Knight. Spell speed across the board. And I'm pretty sure that happened shortly after there's this clip that we sometimes pass around in the Discord server of me explaining that you can use spell speed on Paladin and Dark Knight. Like, it technically has a function. It also has a function on Gunbreaker, technically. I made a Mythbusters video on that. But then I said something to the effect of, no, but don't do it. Like, spell speed works on Paladin and Dark Knight, and also Gunbreaker technically, but don't do. I think it also works on Warrior, but don't do it. And if you're saying, how would it work on Warrior and Gunbreaker? Abilities that heal over time are affected by spell speed. Abilities that heal over time are affected by spell speed and increase the healing done. Which means Equilibrium, Damnation, Aurora, Heart of Corundum actually counts as a heal over time effect. And then of course Dark Knight and Paladin has actual spells, right? Dark Knight spell speed might be OP on trash pulls. I don't think so, because most trash pulls you use Delirium and do crazy damage with that, and you don't actually use the AoE spam that much. Yeah. One skill speed. Perfect. It's ding. There you go. Nailed it. But yeah, it technically does something. For those kinds of reasons, I've just kind of reached that point where I'm like, I don't really care. Like, if someone asks for help, I might give advice, but someone actually being mad about it, if you have one piece that is as different from the best in slot list. In my raid team, I said, when like we started to make like a loot list, like who needs what, I said find a best in slot list and tell me what items you need. I don't even know what builds they're using. Like I could reference the items people have needed, and then go, oh well, this best in slot list is this, so you're doing that build presumably, if there's a difference, right? But I couldn't say at a glance whether Melo is doing the slower or faster GCD build, or even either of them, because I didn't actually ask if Melo copied a build. I just know that Melo decided on something. And that's what matters. That it doesn't become like, I'll take whatever. I'll just take what comes my way. Have a plan. 214. Right. My current weapon is Tome and Raid. Guess I'm a bad person. What? Oh, because of the upgrade item. I did just remember that the main way randos call me out is that my black magic combo is off during burst. Blizzard will end up in my burst in some way with my speed. Wow! That's amazingly spreadsheet. That's incredible. Yesterday, I messed around a little bit with Pictomancer. In Stone Sky Sea, and there you have exactly 3 minutes, as you might know. So I was messing around a little bit with, should I use my holies, or is it actually like, do I actually get, like, because there's the thing with how many holies you can fit before you would actually lose out on a full subtractive palette combo and stuff. And I had to actually write out the full sequence of actions that I was going to do from start to finish to figure out whether one or the other was an option, even though I had tried actively a few times. You have to remember that the black mages that are super pedantic about lines jumped ship to Pictomancer and brought that energy to Pictomancer. You know what? That's a really, really funny... really funny... case, because I feel like we heard the same about summoners back in Endwalker. That the reason why black mages suddenly went into hyperdrive on the crazy calculations was because the powers of summoners and black mages were combined there. And then they all moved over, like some of the mega nerds moved over to Pictomancer. Have you calculated what is the shortest possible GCD? The shortest possible GCD is 1.5. Because of a built-in limitation. The reason why actions with a GCD of 1.5 don't actually say that they don't scale with speed in any way is because they do scale with speed. If you had something that made your GCD negative, like slowed it down, it would slow them too. But they're already at the maximum speed, so having skill speed or spell speed doesn't do anything. So like that's the actually coded shortest GCD. Anything that has a shorter GCD than that is coded specifically to have a shorter GCD than that. Now in regards to the shortest GCD you can reach, I'm pretty sure that Monk in a field operation, either Boja or Eureka, can combine forces of various speed buffs to actually hit 1.5. I'm pretty sure. But practically speaking, practically speaking, most of the time, the peak is usually something like 2.1 on a normal GCD. Like that's as fast as it'll go. I wonder if you could get enough skill speed on striking aiming gear to push ninja and monk. You probably could. And also, speaking of which, Perrin, it's quite funny that they used to do that. Have things that just gave you increases to stats. Like as an actual multiplier to a stat as an effect. I think the funniest one was there was a random proc that summoners could get from their pet attacking. Like sometimes, like I believe it was when your pet critically hits with an attack, there is a chance that the summoner gets a, I think it was like 50% boost to spell speed for 15 seconds or something like that. And you look at that and go, whoa, 50%! And then you realize that under normal circumstances, 50% is like 0.05 shorter GCD. And that's if you have a lot of it. Alright, Weaver, enjoy your evening. That was ARR and Heavensward. I think they might have changed it in Heavensward. And yeah, the proc in Shadowbringers for Ruin 4 was when you use the Eggy Assaults. Yeah, that buff was so funny because I happened upon it when I was like making a video on the history of Summoner. And I saw that massive percentage and I was like, wow, what if we had that today? Stormblood Shadowbringers is usually SHB. I know, Sally. I was just jumping to the part that I know. Sometimes people write Stormblood as STB as well, because just to not mix them up, because some people actually write Shadowbringers as SB because they forget Stormblood exists. But yeah, that's true. In Stormblood, it was a random proc, right? But yeah, if I looked at that while like making like those notes for that video, I was like, whoa, that's a huge boost. And I was like, how much would that have been if they had that today? And then I discovered that it is not good. I was like, oh. Like imagine if Leyline said that. You gain a 50% boost to your spell speed. Would that make spell speed Black Mage the de facto only option? Because otherwise ley lines would suck? It's kind of hard to say, Caetsu, because I'm not sure what your exact stats are. One of those materia should probably be crit. Aside from that, I don't know how your balance of directed and determination is, but I'm sure it's probably fine. Yeah, Yannick. Yeah, we're still in the same place. Yeah, Summoner just needs a little bit of speed. And there was at least one item with speed, so that's fine. Bronson says, I wonder if with enough spell speed, if ice might overtake fire at some point. For Black Mage? No. No. No chance. I just remembered that if I had actually used my second chances, I could have finished this book by now. Oh well. Yeah, exactly. You want a very small amount of, like a very specific amount of spell speed, but that's the thing. If you're not Savage rating, then you usually have one and only one gear option. And just for the record, everyone, Caetsu has not completed the MSQ. And if you have one and only one option, if that option has speed on it, too bad. That's what you're having. After that, it's basically like you need over a certain threshold of crit for crit to actually be best. And usually best in slot lists reach that. But if you don't have the best in slot, then you might not reach that. And if you don't reach that, then crit might not be best. And then determination and directed are so close to each other on average value that determination only needs to be slightly above directed, and otherwise it's fine. Did YouTube just update the YouTube stream layout? Sometimes they roll out this alternative design that most people seem to hate every time people get mad about it. Wondering, since Umbral Ice does boost speed of ice spells, it does not. It does not, Brontome. Umbral Ice reduces the damage of fire spells, increases the MP recovery of ice spells, and cut the cast time in half of fire spells. But it does not do anything meaningful to boost the damage or speed of ice spells. Exactly, Brontome. It would also be crazy if it did cut the cast time in half. Kind of silly. It wouldn't do anything because Blizzard 4 would still have a GCD of 2.5. Because it only cuts the cast time. Anyway, I think that's a good point to leave it at. I hope you enjoyed 100 Floors of Palace of the Dead. I get the impression you did. I hope you did. We're definitely going to continue this. And possibly try again if we don't beat it. It would shock me if we actually beat it first try here. But if you actually did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it on the YouTube stuff. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. You'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the community Discord server, there's a link there. And there you will find a schedule where you can see what else is happening in a given week. Like, for example, I'm releasing a Paladin guide tomorrow. You will also find an announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you get a notification when I do post about these things. And you get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right at the beginning. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member. Unless you haven't already become a member. You could, of course, like... Then there's, of course, also the option that you can gift memberships. You can also use the super chat system, or if you don't like to use the YouTube options, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this for all of you. So thank you all so much for the support. I think that'll be that. I just want to remind you all that I had planned to stop 2 hours ago. And then I thought, a little bit more. And then we ended up oh, wow, a hammer. Or no, not a club. A club. That is a pretty nice glam, by the way. That is aesthetically on point. Nice, Yannick. But with that said, that'll be all for me for tonight. So I hope to see you all very soon. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I'll see you all. I just said that. Very soon. Bye-bye.